hear us and see us online? Or pop something in the chat that says you can hear us or can. So you won't be able to do that if you can't.
Okay.
Yes, we
Good
hear
getting a
you.
message that you can hear. Thank you so much. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is March 23rd at 1:39 p.m. This is the final meeting of the work group scheduled today to look at all of the possible options available. And I need an agenda. Do you have an agenda?
Do you have one of your?
If you have an agenda, talk to me. Thanks so much. All right. Let's review the agenda. It's up on the screen there, and let's see if you can make that as big as possible, Lauren, so people can look at it. But we'll do the normal agenda review, approve the meeting minutes from last time, talk briefly about the public polling results. Then we'll have a public comment period, and then we'll start going over the informal polling that went out and was rolled up, and we'll hit the threes first from that, and then go on to any new issues. There will be a dinner break at 4:30 to 5. The Board of Commissioners will be present to thank the work group and members of the public and participants. There'll be another extended comment period at 5:30, and then from 6 o'clock till we're done, we'll explore the findings and recommendations where someone voted it too, look at the executive summary and history, last call, and then the normal next steps for the meeting, which are also consistent with the work plan, which is the next agenda item, which I'll just cover now. So between 3:27 and 3:31, there will be a process evaluation that's sent out, and it'll be returned on 3:31 along with the member statements. The member statements include opportunities for members who have previously been on the work group or have previously been on a subcommittee to send in a member statement. Final report, the Word version will be next Tuesday, April the 3rd. They will report open house on the 4th. The coffee table version will be published on the 11th. And then a robust public comment feedback period on the whole report directed to the commissioners will start on April 11th and run through 5/23. That will be a simpler survey than getting your input on the findings and recommendations. All right, any subtractions to draft meeting 9 minutes? Any member of the work group have any corrections or additions they'd like to make to those draft meeting minutes? Hearing and seeing none, they're deemed approved. So with regard to the public survey, basically we had in rough numbers 107 people answered, some or all of the survey. 57% came from, identified as coming from Corvallis, and the next highest number was other, and then followed by that Adair with 6%, and Falmouth with 7%, and OSU campus was 6%. So that was the response. We collected some demographic data about how folks learned about the survey, and primarily social media posts was the biggest category there, plus word of mouth at 27% social media and 31% word of mouth. And then surveys asked about what preferred method of communication from the county, and county email was 55%, followed by social media at 30%, mailers 24%, county website 20%. Then we went through each of the core recommendations. And as you will see there, there is a split on these recommendations as to the answer to the question, generally support or generally oppose. Because of the time, there wasn't sufficient opportunity to run a running average, but just by looking at it as to all of the recommendations, there is, roughly about 60% of folks generally support each of those recommendations, and anywhere from 20 to 30, 35% generally oppose the recommendations, and that's pretty consistent across all of the recommendations and findings. So members of the work group, you have those survey findings there in front of you, and they're there for your information. You should also have there in front of you the narrative comments that people provided, and they're broken down by each of the 5 categories available to you. So any questions or comments from the work group members on the public polling with regard to the recommendations? Catherine?
Yes, I'm wondering if so on the first page, we talk about in which community or area of Benton County do you live? Since the 12% other category is our second largest category, can you just give some examples of what other means for this is?
And is Shannon around, or staff, did you sort that to see where the folks from other came?
I don't think we have that information. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, Kevin.
That's right.
Anything else on that? Ed?
Just some feedback this morning from folks like myself, got the postcard yesterday, and many people were wanting to participate, but they just could not do it. So there was a timeliness question, and we probably just need to think about that when we do the outreach part of the recommendations, that whatever was set up for the time for this one was much too short for people to receive something, digest it, and take action.
And Greg, what did Corey have to say about that? Because I know some people got the postcards on Tuesday, which again doesn't mean that was sufficient time. I'm just trying to understand. As I recall, something happened with the printer or something that got
there. I don't know the details. Dan had to have any more detail, but yes, it was an issue with it.
So we used a third party to mail those out. Their machine broke, which set them back a couple of days. I believe that they were put in the mail on Friday and landed in boxes beginning on Saturday. I don't know when USPS got them. And again, the notice provides dates for the remainder of the process and all of the opportunities to participate. So obviously the first one was this public comment process. The next one will be for the open house on the 4th, and then the larger extended comment period to the board directly is from April 11th through May 26th. So all of those were listed on the card if you received them. We received word, I think they were supposed to be mailed on Tuesday or Wednesday. We received word at the end of the day on Thursday that the machine had broken, the printing machine had broken. Obviously, that was not acceptable. So we said they need to go out tomorrow, period. And, fortunately, they were able to get them out on Friday. That's what I know.
all right. Thank you for those updates. Let's move to public comment period. As is tradition, we first go to folks in the audience, and then we'll go to people on Zoom. So just by show of hands, how many people would like to testify so I can get a general sense of the numbers? 1, 2, three there. And if you could raise your hand on the screen, you can stop sharing the imagery so I can see the screen better. And it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So let's start with the people in the audience. Doug Pollock was up first. So Doug, please, there's a seat right there. Perfect. Please introduce yourself, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Doug Pollock. I'm a neighbor of the Soap Creek Valley in Corvallis. Yeah, this is an interesting process for me because I don't pay a lot of attention to what's going on. I gave a lot of input in the first year and a half of this controversy in depth emails and didn't get much response over and over and over again. And so I hear there was a survey. I guess maybe I saw an email a few days ago about it. I'm not sure. I hear you're voting on a final report, which I guess has been through 6 revisions. All of this is like just complete stuff that's not on my radar. You know, like most people in the community, I have a whole life with a whole lot of other things. And so I would urge people, especially commissioners, to not confuse this process with the normal process of public input and governance. So SWAC, DSAC should have been meeting this entire time. To take away their responsibilities and have it go to this committee. You know, these kinds of committees take on a life of their own. And that's not to say to diminish your efforts, your volunteer hours, your efforts, but it's very different from the public interest. And it's very different from the standard public process. And it can be very intimidating for people. It's an exception to their normal routine. They don't normally even know about these things. They don't come to meetings like this. And so the fact that you got 100 and some people on your survey is, to me, it's like, you know, there's thousands of people who would care about this if they really understood what's going on and how to give input. But I think many of the neighbors feel like we've already given enormous amounts of input that really wasn't appreciated or accepted. And I just want to give one example. First, I was going to say I was biking by the landfill last night at 8:30 at night, as I've done hundreds of times before. I smelled the smell coming off the dump on Highway 99, a strong smell. And, you know, I thought about getting home and sending another report to DEQ to complain about it. But my last report about 6 weeks ago, I specifically asked for follow-up from DEQ, as I've done in previous occasions. I've gotten nothing. So there is no, as far as I'm concerned, there's no accountability on the part of DEQ. I would like to know if there was air monitoring ever done to know what chemicals are going in my body when I routinely breathe stuff coming off the landfill. I'd also like to point to my letter to the editor on Tuesday. It was published in Set Times. I'm not sure how to submit that, but I just bring it to attention of the public, the PFAS chemicals, which are almost certainly in the landfill, the effluent from the landfill, and are being essentially dumped in the Willamette River to the downstream drinking water communities. But the issue I wanted to share most with you today is when I first got involved in this in July of 2019, a neighbor alerted me about this expansion of the landfill. There was a little public notice I eventually found, and it said that Coffin Butte would be vacated, not the road, it said Coffin Butte. It also said that the road would be rerouted. And you read this notice and you go, oh, it's no big deal. They're closing part of the landfill. They're going to reroute the road. And I think that's part of the problem here is many neighbors, if they were even aware of that notice, had no idea what was going on. And so my subsequent communication from county staff, I just received a whole lot of pushback. They would not publish an amended notice to let people know that that was factually incorrect. And that's kind of been the process I've experienced all along is my emails don't get answered. I brought this to the attention of commissioners way back, never get any answers. And it's just been incredibly frustrating because these processes just seem designed to exclude the average citizen. So I know I've exceeded my time, but thank you for your service and thanks for considering my input.
Thank you, sir. Next up, whoever raised their hand second, come on down.
Are you going, Kevin?
Sure.
My name is Kevin Kaniga. I wholeheartedly want to thank all of the BCTT work group volunteers. My comments today are not directed at any of you, but I will be asking for your consideration. During the prior CUP, within my comments to the Planning Commission, I stated the expansion cannot only be about the money. Unfortunately, it's become more and more obvious it is only about the money. As I raised before, why wasn't any due diligence completed prior to our commissioners signing the 2020 landfill franchise agreement? The 2020 landfill franchise agreement, it's big business. Big business that warranted, one, a professional cost-benefit analysis of hosting a regional landfill, a professional independent environmental impact study covering environmental impacts to date and the future impacts, environmental impacts of hosting a regional landfill. BCTT suggests this in the future. Third, a sustainable materials management plan, which BCTT also suggests in the future. In the future does not provide answers now. Please, work group, where appropriate, please consider this during polling. After the prior CUP was withdrawn, I individually invited each of our commissioners to participate in public outreach with a small group. I felt we needed their help in opposing any landfill expansion. I can tell you, all we received is pushback. Our Benton County commissioners, Benton County staff, and Republic Services all want an expansion. Benton County doesn't need an expansion. Don't the residents of Benton County deserve due diligence in the decision-making process? I would argue we do. How can this process of considering expansion not include due diligence? It appears Benton County commissioners are only concerned about the money, and due diligence may get in the way of their discretionary cash flow. Work group, where appropriate, please consider all of this in your polling. Please, commissioners, Benton County residents deserve better. Do the due diligence before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, any member of the audience?
My name is Becky Merja. I'm a Benton County resident. I want to start by thanking all the volunteers for your time and efforts in seeing this process through to this extent. And I want to share my concerns. In an email dated February 24th, 2023, I contacted Nichols, Imperati, and the commissioners. Mr. Nichols, I have serious concerns about the integrity and transparency of BCTT process. These concerns have been increasing with each citizen volunteer that is removed or resigns from the work group, leaving intact for public services representation. My concerns were elevated another notch during your staff report at the Benton County Commissioner meeting, February 21st, when you stated that some really good conversations have been happening, many of those behind the scenes. I would like to know what you meant by that, because it appears to deviate from the promise of an open public process and one table rule. At BCTT work group meeting, February 23rd, near the end of the meeting, Mr. Imperati also mentioned the possibility of quick phone calls to resolve any remaining conflict. The polling process is suspect. How many of these behind the scenes conversations are to influence consensus on an issue that has and will forever impact this county and any community downstream? The future of Benton County is in the crosshairs, and Republic Services has their finger on the trigger. Sign me, very concerned tax-paying citizen. I did not receive a response to that email. On February 12, 2023, I submitted a request for public records regarding communications surrounding the 2020 franchise. And here's some information that you didn't get, even though it was known to some of the people in this room. We now know that Benton County staff, county council, and at least a couple of the current county commissioners have been in discussion with Republic Services since early 2019 about a plan to expand the landfill over and across Coffin Butte Road. This plan has been in the works for at least 5 years. Public records also revealed that a number of the things that the BCTT work group was tasked with finding out were already extensively documented by county staff. Things like landfill capacity. February 2019, a memo between county council and outside counsel for the county identifies good faith agreement to work on future landfill expansion / purchase additional property as one of the county's goals in contract negotiations with Republic. That brings us to today. Our community was promised an open, transparent process, when all the while county staff, Republic Services have been driving a calculated process designed to steer the outcome towards expansion. The work group members that were removed were the only members who opposed the expansion previously, and one that was the only one that was an actual landfill neighbor. I'm very disappointed in this process, and I'm calling BS on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public would like to speak?
Guys, my name is Nancy Wickham. I used to be on the work group. I wasn't going to say anything, but on the occasion of the consideration of LU 21047, the previous landfill expansion proposal that was proposed in July of 2021, one of the vocal opponents of that who spoke at the Planning Commission meeting, name was Kat Newsheller. We got news 2 days ago that Kat had died after a long battle with cancer. There was a lot of cancer in the neighborhood around the landfill, and that was one of the issues that the Planning Commission identified as being a question that they would like to have answered before there was a decision on whether to increase the size of the landfill. Landfills are not safe. That's becoming more and more clear. They don't ever discover new chemicals that are good chemicals. They're only worse chemicals, and some of those chemicals are now being spread on our agricultural lands. But there was even a recent CNN article about how people who live near landfills should have their blood tested for PFAS. Landfills are specifically called out as a danger for people who live nearby. And no amount of money is going to bring Kat back. And this is a question that really needs to be answered. It was if I had remained on the work group, I would have tried to bring it to the attention of the members. I was not. In retrospect, it's really great to not be on the work group before, because you guys worked really hard. So thank you for that. But keep in mind that real people's lives may be at risk, and this is an unanswered question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any last call from member of the public, Commissioner?
Hello, Nancy Wise, Benton County Commissioner. I just felt compelled to state that the commissioners were invited by the neighbors, a group of neighbors, to come speak with them. All three of us commissioners did take them up on that offer. I did meet with the group for over 3 hours on one evening, and I felt like it was a good conversation. I learned a lot, and they had done a good job of preparing extensive information and PowerPoints. And I know that Commissioners Malone and Commissioners Ojero also met with them and viewed that material. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call from anyone in the audience. All right, let's go to Zoom. And so here is the order that you appear on my screen. Ken, Camille, Faye, Mark, Debbie, Kate, Catherine. So you'll each have your 3 minutes. Ken, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much. So I would like to share my screen. Is that possible?
It is on, try it and see, and if not, Lauren's coming up to make sure that can happen.
Okay.
We see it.
Do you see the screen? Very good.
Yep.
Do you still see the screen?
Yes, Ken.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, hello work group. My name is Ken Eklund, and I'm a Benton County resident and chair of its Solid Waste Advisory Council. I'm here to call you to question why you are being asked to approve recommendations R6 and R7 from the Legal and Land Use Subcommittee, which in essence are asking you to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that they should self-limit public input about the landfill from the Solid Waste Advisory Council. Very quickly, let me just summarize SWAC's role. Trash is a dirty business. The public would like to be protected from it, and they want their level of protection to rise at the speed of science. If there's a new, better way to handle trash, then why aren't we doing it? But the county and the landfill don't move at the speed of science, they move at the speed of legislation. And SWAC was created basically to navigate the tension between those two speeds. That's why SWAC currently has no limits placed upon it, because it's supposed to bring developments that concern the public to the county's attention. Because this kind of ground up feedback is where legislation begins in the first place. So now here are R6 and R7. I've highlighted the actions they recommend, which are, quote, the Board of Commissioners should more clearly define SWAC's role, unquote, and SWAC's involvement in reviewing a conditional use permit needs clarification. So workgroup members, I'm asking you to question the assumptions here, which are A, that SWAC's role is not clearly defined, and that B, its role therefore needs definition. The subcommittee's own findings show otherwise, which is that SWAC assists the Board of Commissioners in implementing solid waste management, and that the scope of its recommendations is not limited. There's no ambiguity here. There's no reason brought forward that this openness would be a problem. There's no example. SWAC's recommendation about the last conditional use permit was about 1.5 pages long. Does SWAC really have a filter problem? Let's look at an earlier draft of these recommendations. This is from draft 3. And look, back then it was you, the work group, who were recommending specific areas of consideration to SWAC. Note that back then you were not imposing limitations, but you've since been cut out of the process. Now you're being asked to approve a recommendation that the Board of Commissioners impose limitations on what SWAC can say to the board. You are being asked to endorse the creation of an echo chamber. I don't expect to have convinced you about the echo chamber bit in less than 3 minutes, but I hope you will question what has happened to R6 and R7 and what lies underneath this very unassuming legalese. I hope that you will question why it is that you, the work group, are being asked to recommend an action to the Board of Commissioners that they can freely take for themselves. Are you being asked to give the Board of Commissioners some political cover for restricting what they hear from the public? If you have questions about that, I would urge you not to approve. Don't sign your name to them if you are not sure. So thanks for your time and attention. I should make it clear that I'm talking to you as an individual, not for the Solid Waste Advisory Council. The council's ambassadors in the work group are Marge Pop and Chuck Gilbert. Thank you.
Thank you. And when you have time, can you stop
trying.
share? Oh, yeah, take your time.
There we go.
Thanks so much. Camille Hall, you're up. Ms. Hall?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect.
So, okay, here we go. As a concerned resident of Benton County who travels up Highway 99 regularly, I'm concerned about the rapid increase of landfill since Riverbend landfill closed in McMinnville. And I've been following the BCTT since its beginning. And by the way, thank you all. I know the hundreds of hours you've spent. What I have learned during this process is that the county gave up its legal leverage to negotiate with Republic Services when it signed that 10-year landfill franchise lease in 2020. We are all in this together, the public, Republic Services, and the county, to figure out how to keep the landfill from encroaching on farmland, from driving away neighbors who bought their property when Coffin Butte was smaller, significantly smaller, and slated for closure in about the year 2000. So I was a little alarmed when I read the story in the Gazette-Times this morning that there was a legal liability over the petition, which I, as a Benton County resident, have helped circulate. And let me read you the wording in the petition. It says, we need a plan, not a bigger landfill. By signing this petition, we're telling the commissioners to oppose any expansion of Coffin Butte landfill before Benton County completes a thorough, detailed waste management plan that focuses on future resilience and includes alternatives for decreasing and redistributing materials from the waste stream. So there is no legal ramification for the county to have a position that opposes landfill expansion. They have legal restrictions regarding approval of a conditional use permit. But we, as concerned residents, want to hear the county be responsible for what goes into the dump and work hard with Republic Services through whatever leverage they can afford at this point to pull things out of the waste stream, to increase the recycling markets, to do the things that we've taken time and effort to spell out in the solid waste materials plan RFP that's due to be released. But anyway, thank you all. Work hard. We've got to stop this juggernaut. There's more to trash management than expanding the landfill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Faye.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Faye Yoshihara, North Benton County resident. I want to acknowledge and thank the volunteers for their commitment and the tremendous hours put into the BCTT over the past 9 months. I would like to comment on 2 topics, the community survey and PFAS. I'm glad 107 people, much smarter and more persistent than me, made it through the survey. I attempted to wade my way through the 80+ questions in your survey, which was filled on a very short timeline. It went against everything I know about survey design and execution, having worked in this field. In the end, I decided not to even respond because I did not consider this an honest attempt at community engagement. I know you framed it as please answer the sections of greatest interest, but I could not even decide which to try to answer without a substantial time commitment. Secondly, I'm concerned that issues around PFAS are not addressed in the report. Leachate is included in CUP R13, but only its impact on water, not soil. In addition to PFAS-laced leachate making its way into the Willamette River, potentially PFAS-laced biosolids are being applied as a soil amendment at the Soap Creek Ranch, including where cattle currently graze and on the Carson homestead. This is where the Letitia Carson Legacy Project hopes to someday have an organic farm, celebrating Letitia's legacy as an Oregon Black pioneer. These are two amongst the many concerns I have about the BTCC work group process and report. Whose responsibility is it to ensure impacted people's voices are heard? The process has become so inside baseball that I can't understand it, despite having tried to follow the proceedings. Community engagement is when you meet people where they are, not where you are. I asked you to please consider the impacts on the many people who are unable to engage in your process as you poll on this report and its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the order is Mark, Debbie, Kate. Mark, take it away.
Great. Thank you very much for your attention. Mark Hankels, a longtime resident of Benton County. I work in Monmouth, so I drive up 99 across Adair Village, up 99 regularly. I've always followed the news, but I never really was that educated about the landfill until I got involved with writing the history of the landfill as part of the Benton County Talks Trash process. So I wanted to provide, while I am able to submit things as a member statement, I feel like those are just going to become another part of the huge pile of paper. So I wanted to give a little bit of oral testimony to my perspective and concerns regarding this process. One thing I want to start by saying is, as we wrote the history, which was largely drafted by Marge Pop, myself, with a lot of input from Ginger, who is really a great help in many ways. One of the things that was really clear is, while Republic's representative was as reasonable as you could ever expect, reaching consensus meant that we did not include things that we feel the public ought to know about. We did take very seriously the drive for consensus, but in the end, when I look back on it, I realized consensus really means veto power. There's specific areas I want to highlight that we would perhaps have done better if we had submitted a separate report rather than the consensus report of history we did. 5 points. One, the history of fires and fire risk, we feel were significantly downplayed. It's hard to do justice to some of that stuff, but conversations with people that were fire officials locally, it's pretty clear that there's a greater danger there than was first apparent or that we included in the history. Secondly, the significance of public services corporate decision-making and increasing the annual deposits at the landfill should have been developed more. In essence, it's the increased use of the land, increased deposits in the landfill that are forcing the county to accept the Southwood expansion, which created the great incentive for Republic to negotiate for the Southwood expansion and to incentivize it for the county board. I really expanded on the transformation of the area as the landfill and its trucks and lights have really transformed the Coffin Butte area from an almost bucolic area that I once knew 30 years ago to really a full-fledged industrial zone. I go there different times a day, always the big trucks moving, litter sometimes from the trucks, but just the most important thing is, as I drove down from Salem just yesterday, you can see that landfill from very far away over on Independence Road, which is not the one, not Highway 99, but 2 miles to the east. Two other broader concerns I want to raise. One is, while the immediate previous decision was not perhaps conducted properly, and the public and perhaps some officials were not well informed of the process or the basic information concerning the expansion negotiations and the proposal that was withdrawn last year for expansion. Many of those who were involved did understand the nature of the issues. And I think you could view this process as essentially a redo of a decision that perhaps was valid to begin with. And finally, my last point, in the bigger picture, this process seems to ignore the core values of the Benton County 2040 Thriving Communities Initiative. There should be direct consideration of whether the expansion of the landfill helps create the Benton County that we envision for 2040. And that has not come up anywhere. We don't have a committee regarding environment or quality of life. We have ones on economics and things like that. Thank you.
Debbie Palmer?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Debbie Palmer. I am a Benton County resident, and I have been following this work group and its proceeding from the very beginning. First off, how many people are glad this process is almost over? Raise your hand. Okay. So my comments today are regarding the final document being prepared from all the work group and subcommittee members' hard work. The first comment has to do with the history portion. In the diagram on page 13, or rather on page 13 of draft 5, I see it's now on page 20 of draft 6. The blurb about the 2021 CUP neglects to mention its most controversial aspect. Right now, it just says that Republic sought approval to place waste south of Coffin Butte Road. Completely omitted is the fact that in order to do so, they also sought to close Coffin Butte Road and cover it with garbage too. This was a huge issue, and leaving that point out is a distortion of the historical record and a disservice to the people reading this document in the future. My second comment is actually a question. That question is, why is so much space in this document taken up with documenting the process of coming up with this document? Wouldn't it be far more useful for it to focus on the results of all that work? The history, the findings, the recommendations, and the appendices supporting the findings and recommendations. The process is not useful information except as a reference. The process is not what the document is supposed to be about. Other than a simple introduction, why not put all those details about the process at the very end in another appendix? It just seems to me that in its present state, this document is working pretty hard to try to justify itself, that is its priority rather than the actual results. This document is costing the county over $236,000. I sure hope in the end it is worth it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kate Harris, you're up next.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time, and thank you very much to all the volunteers who've dedicated hundreds, if not thousands of hours to this process. I am Kate Harris. Perhaps can we get everything else muted? I'm getting a feedback.
So, folks, it looks like Greg, you have your, yeah, it says you're unmuted here on this screen. But, I think that's all we have, Ms. Harris.
I'm Kate Harris, a North Benton County resident. As a former Air Force pilot and evaluator with a civil engineering degree and a master's of public administration, a community board member, an Adair Village rental property owner, and a mother of 3 young children, I've spent years taking input from those under my responsibility to ensure health, safety, and quality of life. Many times each year, and particularly in the winter months, we are affected at our house and while the children are attending school in Adair Village by an oppressive stench, not what is coming from the PRC, but one that affects our daily living and activities, coming from the landfill. It causes headaches, eye irritation, and throat burning, which limits our outdoor activities and often makes me concerned for the safety of the children at the school transiting between classroom buildings during outdoor recess and during sports practice. In addition, the landfill leachate deposited daily at the Corvallis wastewater treatment plant, which passes through the municipal treatment system without additional treatment for the abnormal panel of toxins, is released into the Willamette River mere miles prior to Adair Village's drinking water intake source. The Adair Village water treatment plant operates well within its required duties to treat river water prior to consumption. My grave concern is that many of the toxins deposited into the source water are not accounted for, treated, or even tested for at this point. Both the air quality and water quality bring me concern for the safety of the tenants under our responsibility, my own children and their classmates and teachers, and the growing population of Adair Village. It is the charge of county government to ensure the health and safety of the Benton County residents to whom they are responsible and to ensure current and future livability of Benton County. I implore you as the Trash Talks work group to do everything in your power to ensure we account for all potential current and future impacts of our resident landfill prior to contemplating any future expansion. Have you seen and studied results of local air quality tests, residual environmental toxin tests, and have proof that the drinking water of Adair Village does not contain PCB, PFAS, and other chemical toxins not normally tested for in municipal water sources? If not, we need to ensure that the entirety of the Sustainable Materials Management Plan is completed prior to any expansion approval to ensure the safety of all Benton County residents. Thank you again for all of your time and efforts. We appreciate the immense efforts that have gone into this process.
Say it again.
Next up is Joe Crockett, or Croquette. I apologize.
Okay, so I guess you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
No video though. Interestingly, if you were to take one day's accumulation of trash at the landfill, which is what, 10 hours of dropping trash, and you compress it into a 60-second time period, you would have 6 seconds of time where trash was coming from Benton County. The remainder 54 seconds, and if you want, we can sit through this, the remainder 54 seconds is coming from outside of Benton County. And that's amazing. What's interesting too about that is that 6 seconds is costing Benton County so much headache and so much time, but we're getting so little benefit from it. And so, you know, the fear factors of, oh, we're going to close the dump and it's going to cost you a fortune. You know, the reality is they are making so much money on everybody else and very little on Benton County. And why are we spending so much time? Is because Benton County is making a whole bunch of money from that 6 seconds of trash. Anyway, it's just a perspective that I think is interesting to kind of think about, is that so much of all of this headache that is going to live in Benton County forever and ever and ever is really only a small fraction of what Benton County is actually creating. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Last call for public comment on Zoom. Last call for the audience. We might, of course, we will have another public comment period, but last call for this moment in time. Catherine Stearns, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to put video on because it tends to interrupt the technology. Anyways, my name is Catherine Stearns. I'm a North Benton County resident, and I want to second just about everything everybody else has said prior to my speaking. I am opposed to the county moving forward on any expansion of the landfill at any level until there is an authentic citizen-approved plan to manage solid waste. An authentic citizenry-approved plan would include all the stakeholders, especially the neighbors who remain at risk from water, air, and ground pollution. For me, the county's motto, "At your service," has come to mean at Republic service and not the citizens of the county. With all the perils, risks, and damages already identified and submitted over the past 18 months, how can you in good conscience proceed to consider anything less than a comprehensive and substantive future-oriented plan? This plan needs to include specifics on how the county will finally hold Republic Services accountable for the damages that are ongoing. Instead of spending $80,000 on a process facilitator, why aren't we getting the state-of-the-art and world-class 21st century strategies for all the municipalities using the landfill? Other communities with landfills are facing or have faced these same dilemmas. It seems to me the county staff are more diligent in preserving the funding stream than responsibly responding to the very real concerns of the citizens who pay their taxes. If the latest identification of PFAS being dumped into the Willamette River isn't enough to change your direction, then I invite you to go down to the water treatment outflow and take a long drink day after day, just as those downstream have to. I'm not a scientist or a specialist. I'm a human being who wants the smarts of scientists and specialists to be integrated into any plan. This is all part of the changes needed to impact our climate concerns and 7 generations henceforth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last call. Anyone in the audience? Anyone on the computer? All right, this closes the first of the 2 public comment periods. Thank you very much. Next up on our agenda is to review tonight's polling plan. And Martin, if you could put up the 1, 2, 3 polling refresher. All right, so this is direct out of the charter. It is the process that we have been using from the get-go. And just as I said, a refresher, I'm gonna outline the key component parts. And if you could scroll it up so that we're right here, please. So to make sure you have your green cards in front of you with the number 1 on them, that means you fully support the proposed statement, the proposal as stated. You will vote a yellow card, which has the 2 on it, indicates you agree with the proposal as stated, but prefer to have it modified in some manner to give it a 1. Nevertheless, you will support it even if your modifications aren't supported by the rest of the group, because the proposal is worthy of general support. When you vote a 3, indicates a refusal to support. So any person on any proposal where a 3 is voted, that will kill a consensus. So any one person can stop a consensus of that particular finding or recommendation by voting a 3. If that's the case, we go into majority-minority voting. So let's say there's a proposal and there's 14 polling members of the work group. Let's say 3 of them vote a 3. We will try to see what we can do to reconcile those differences, but if at the end of the day it is 11-3, with 5 people voting to 1 and 6 persons voting to 2, it will show that it was a majority-minority decision with 5 1s will be noted, the 6 2s, and the X number of people that voted 3. So the survey, so the actual report itself will always show how many people voted 1, how many people voted 2, and how many people voted 3. Your individual votes will be in the appendix for each of these documents, but the rolled up version in the findings and recommendations body of the report will be there. So people who are reading it know instantly how robust, if at all, a particular polling was. So that's that process. Let's now go, Greg, how many total findings and recommendations did we have?
Good question. I don't have that at my fingertips, but I can find it.
So while he is doing that, let me give you sort of an overview. So the placemat sized piece of paper that you have in front of you, this contains, if you, on the left-hand side, it's particular in the same order in the report. So SMMP finding number 1. This shows on the first, oops. Well, I'm a little confused here, Greg. My document has ex officio members voting. I need polling members.
There are 2 documents. One is of ex officio and one is yeah. So the second document. This is the voting members.
Okay. So there are apparently 2 documents. So what I need then is for you to please give me, those are all the ones that have 3s on. I believe, Millie, we took it from that, was put in front of us. From this one? Okay. We're good to go. Thank you very much. So in a nutshell, the document in front of you has all the full.
They don't have this one because we tried to print it and it sort of broke the printer. And so we had to stop in order to print the agendas and other materials for you. So you don't have this massive document.
So what one do you have,
They have the
folks?
ex officio.
Yeah, the ex officio one, which is helpful information, but not what I need to do this correctly in your favor. So we'll pivot here and rally somehow. Catherine, you have your tent up.
I do. I just want to make a comment. I just in the course of, since we started this meeting, and I hope I'm not speaking out of line, but I am feeling very uncomfortable about the process of which we are being asked to embark on in this moment. We've received a tremendous amount of information to review just 2 days ago, with a limited amount of time to do so. I would expect, after having served on a city council and planning commissions, that, normally we would see 5 days, sometimes 7 days worth of time to review. I'm concerned about how rushed this feels. And again, I'm only speaking for myself, but we are making major decisions here in how we move forward these findings and recommendations. I'm just going to share that I feel a little uncomfortable about that. I will also share that unless it's in the other document, I only have the ex officio members, but I was unable to get through all of the polling in advance of this meeting, just because of life and work constraints, because of that short timeline. I got through a large segment of it, but not all of it. But also, unless, again, it's in the other document and not this ex officio version, I don't see the amount of hours that I put even into that monkey survey. I don't see that that was submitted, and nor do I see any of my other fellow colleagues. I know we're missing some of the polling information and the responses back from those folks as well. So it leaves me just very concerned. And again, I'm just going to say it for the record that this process feels wildly rushed. And I'm concerned about when we rush processes as important as this, as it will relate to the future of Benton County. I just wanted to state that.
Catherine.
Yeah, I would agree with what Catherine said. I think it's just a lot to be reviewing, especially considering I think all the community comment we heard today, I want to take that into consideration when we're looking at these, and it feels hard to process all of that, everything that everyone said, and take that into consideration for voting for this today.
Thank you. Marge?
Yeah, I would second heartily both comments, prior comments. I would go even a little bit further in that so many of these recommendations are so complex, particularly the ones coming out of the legal group. The ones coming out of the legal group are in lawyer talk. I don't speak that language. There was no attempt made to make any of those recommendations intelligible to someone like myself who has proceeded, who has been engaged in another career throughout my life. Other aspects also, as I stated at the last meeting, it's been a silo process. Yes, I understand in my subcommittees, the two that I am members of, I have a pretty good grasp on how I would feel about those things, but I already spoke about that. The other subcommittees, I just don't think we've had any proper preparation for us to make the judgments that we're being asked to make.
Okay. Yes, Liz.
I don't agree with any of the previous comments. I think we've all been at this for 9 months. We've gone over things repeatedly. I don't think anything on the polling is incredibly different than what we discussed earlier, other than a couple wording variations. And as far as the legal subcommittee was on that, I'm not an attorney and I was on that subcommittee. We worked very hard to make things as clear as possible. So there was an attempt. So I don't, right? I want to be clear.
Thank you.
And again, I said this at the last meeting, I think there's a lot of assertions being made to people trying to group things in as evil or bad or left out but we all are part of the public. We've been here for 9 months together. We're all human beings. We should talk about each other as we're human beings. I know that people call in and tell us how much they appreciate us, and then they basically tell us we don't understand what we're doing right after that. And I think you all feel that, right? And I personally would like to wrap this up, as would the commissioners, as would everybody else. I would hope that we can rally. We can adjust on some few word changes that have been done to this draft. We have draft after draft after draft. We're not changing everything every time. We're just making some adjustments. I say we put our boots on, we roll our sleeves up, and we power through this. Because we're not gonna make everybody happy. That's not the world we live in, unfortunately. We were given a task by the Board of Commissioners to do the best we could to come up with findings and recommendations. And when I review this document and I look over it, I feel confident that you all did the best you could.
So I have Chuck and then Louisa and then I get Margie up again. And then Marge.
I appreciate everybody's comments, but it's just a matter of processes here. I have the ex-official members, and then I worked late on this last night, and I did, unfortunately, start with the number 1 with the SMP being the lead there. So I put a comment in there, but I'm not sure how our comments to go forward here are going to be recalled, because under the instructions, if it was a number 2, we were supposed to rebut if you would, or give ideas for expanding it. I'm not sure how that is going to be played out.
So the instructions said if you voted a 2 or 3, put in your alternative language. And I have that alternative language. And when we get to a finding or a recommendation, first we would be doing the 3s. And then you will see everyone's comments on the screen. And we would work that in real time. So if you could close this screen, please. And I just picked SMMP F1 so people can see what this looks like. And Greg, I think we need Darren to hear this. And so I don't know whose turn it is to watch him, but if someone could, find him and bring him up here. Where is he?
Yeah, we cannot read that.
Yeah,
I can't read that.
we can't do that.
Yeah, I appreciate you can't know words about it in the sense that I'll give you the concept. So the way this will show up is SMMP F1. So they're just in the same order as the report. Then the polling results, who voted 1, 2, and 3. This shows 10 people voted a 1, 2 people, one person voted a 2, and no one voted a 3. Because someone polled a 2, they dutifully said, here is the language that if accepted my colleagues here, they would change their vote from a 2 to a 1. So all of that information is going to be on the screen. I will be the first, second, and third person to acknowledge that not having it in front of you before that is a challenge, period. Okay? So you can close that screen, please. So let me just give you an overview and maybe turn back on the lights so I can see.
You still have a.
And I know I got to go back to Mark. Oh, she took her card down.
Yeah, a moment has passed.
A moment has passed. So Louisa, did you have anything else?
Well, I was gonna say, I'm a Libra, so I agree with everyone.
You speak up, please.
I agreed with most of what everyone was saying. I was gonna say, give Sam a chance to explain all this, because it seems a little haphazard. We have some issues going on, so we don't really have all the information in front of us. And if we're gonna discuss the problems, if we have problems, we can always vote a 3 and say what we feel. I do feel like it's rushed also, because, there's a lot of information I didn't totally understand, but I'm hoping we're gonna then be talking about that in the next 6 hours, hopefully. So, I guess maybe just give the process a chance and see what's happening. But I also agree this is kind of rushed and I don't totally feel comfortable and understand everything, like the legal stuff. I could tell it's much better than when I read it like months ago, but I still didn't totally understand everything, which I put in my comments that we're gonna talk about. So.
All right, so let me just give you a little background surrounding this. So Greg, did you figure out how many we have?
Total findings and recommendations, approximately 220.
So of the 220 findings and recommendations that you have in front of you, let me write that down. No one voted a 3 on the SMMP findings. So we have a consensus on all of the SMMP findings that went forward. There are some 2s, and there will be a process to refine that. But as far as consensus, no consensus, there is a consensus on all the findings and recommendations for SMMP. On the landfill site life capacity, there are 4 findings and 2 recommendations where at least one person voted a 3. So there are 4 findings and 2 recommendations where at least one person voted a 3. In no case do the 3s outweigh the 1s and 2s. So if you will, there will be a majority if nothing changes as a result of trying to refine the threes and see what we could do as a group to get them to a 2 or 1, it would be a majority that is in the 13 to 1, 12 to 2, and I think at worst, 11 to 3 range, where the 11 all voted 1s or 2s and 2 or 3 people voted a 4. On the land use, LLU, this is the biggie. There are 20, I believe, let me count again, 1, 2. There are 20 total items where people voted a 3. 10 of them are findings, 10 of them are recommendations. On the CUP, there are 18 where at least one person voted a 3. Of those, 6 are recommendations. 6 are recommendations and 12 are findings. And on the community education outreach, there are 2 recommendations where someone voted a 1. I will tell you, I've been scanning this information just a little bit before you in the timing of it. To the extent I could see, there are, of all those, so let me just add it up here. So 20, 30, 40. Of the 46 findings or recommendations where at least one person voted a 1, the most common number is one person voting a 1.
I need a 3.
I'm sorry, thank you. Voting a 3. Yeah, I should buy a V8. And so there is, by and large, with some exceptions, there is a robust majority-minority for everything. Now, that doesn't mean we're done. The process was always designed, as we asked you, to see where you voted a 3 and see if we can improve it. So Darren, what has been talked about since then was expressed by 1, 2, 3 basically members that thought they should, it's rushed, they don't have all the information, it's too important a decision to be rushed. We are the public. Things haven't changed dramatically. They've just been refinements since it's going on. And one person said, let's give the process a chance, although I think it's rushed. So I want to get you up to speed. I have no authority to make a call here on what to do or not do. But so I want you to give you all a chance to talk to Darren directly about this, so we have a better sense of where we're at. So I didn't inadvertently misquote you or phrase you. Marge.
I just want to ask, on the calendar, it said informal polling.
Yes.
It seems like it was very formal polling, because on the basis of that polling now, we are going to give further looks at certain recommendations and findings. So in fact, I think that was a misnomer.
Well, I respectfully have a different point of view. It's informal in the sense that it's not binding on anyone. I said in last meeting, and I can't remember what I said in the survey itself in the moment, that is designed to triage the agenda. And that is exactly what we are doing with this. We are looking at the informal results and saying people's preliminary or informal senses, they have concerns about those particular findings and recommendations. Therefore, we're going to take all of those first and see if we can reconcile them. After we get through the 3s, there's another list of of twos, and then we would look at all of the twos and go over at that list. And then when that's done, I will ask the folks, now that you've heard all this, and do you have any last call? Do you have any, are there any ones now that you would not vote a one on as you did in the informal survey? And we can poll again. So that is, it is working as it is designed, subject to, and not to diminish the fact that I got this stuff and you got this stuff relatively simultaneously because of, for a variety of reasons that Darren can explain. Louisa.
Will there be a chance to have time to read through all the comments from the public, since I didn't see that we had this before today?
They were sent out this is not a justification, I'm not trying, so therefore, yeah, they only got sent out yesterday, late afternoon, early evening, as I recall, in an email.
I didn't see them on anything, so that's probably me.
Yeah, but doesn't mean, let's assume you got it yesterday at, making this up, 6 o'clock, doesn't mean you had time to do it. I'm not trying to imply that. So, Darren, thoughts, the board, from the board's perspective, what they want to do?
Well, so I'm hearing the comments. I guess I would say, I think the last time we met last Thursday, I felt really good about the progress that everyone made working through the issues and getting those down to, here are the things that we still think need to be included, or here are the things we still think need to be addressed. We did our best to get those into the report, which you now have in front of you in a redlined version. My understanding of the informal polling was to give Sam a sense for where the remaining disagreements are, so that today's work could be addressing those final areas of disagreement and see what it would take to get them into areas of agreement. You all have been working so hard on these things. I think you know what's in there. That's my sense. I could be totally wrong, but I think you know what's in there. Now it's really the time to see how do you feel about that. And at some point we have to deliver that to the board. Anyway, if you feel like you really do need more time, it's okay. I think part of the reason that we've pushed is because some of you say you've had enough, you're done, you've already gone over time, you don't want to go further over time. But I think that's up to you to decide. We don't have an unlimited period of time in that, at some point, we run out of budget and we need to move forward in getting to the SMFD, which is the real work. But if you don't feel ready, I guess we have to respect that. Having said that, I don't think there's anything that you haven't seen, touched, and felt for the last 7 months, but I could be wrong.
Okay, so I have Catherine, Chuck, and Catherine.
So I'll just comment. It looks like you weren't here for the other conversation. Again, I just expressed my concern with the turnaround time. So yes, we've seen previous iterations of some of this information, but one of our public testimony, referenced draft 3 versus draft 6, and there's a significant change within the language. It would be hard, in my opinion, I'll speak for our own subcommittee, but I think there might be other subcommittees that could say, I don't know where, while we were working on our work, we would have had time to vet comfortably some of the other recommendations. And I can, to the extent that, we recognize the value of the folks that are on these subcommittees, respect that work that's been done. But just a perspective, can any one of us on a subcommittee speak to some of the disputed discussions or disputed findings and recommendations of another subcommittee that we haven't sat in on that space? And in the approximate 36 hours we've had to review this, I, again, will just express my concern of we're making what could potentially be not binding maybe, but very strong recommendations to the commission, of which are we fully comfortable making those decisions? And if this was a planning commission or city council scenario or some of our other committee scenarios, are we confident that we can make those, fully understanding the impacts of the recommendations we're making? Because in certain instances here, single word changes can change the meaning of these findings and recommendations.
Thank you. Chuck, then Catherine with a K.
Again, Director, I appreciate the letter of January 13th in the sense that the final word won't be ended here, but the wisdom of this group will be given to and forwarded to a professional staff that can carry it further when we get into really the technical applications, everything and so forth. So just for us to end here without that relief, it would be some concern, but giving that direction where you will have that, if you would want to speak on that.
Well, it's really up to you if you feel ready or not ready. And I can't say that you are or aren't. I guess to Catherine's point though, I think you've had this for a couple of weeks and you've weighed in last week a little bit, we refined it, and now you're seeing the red line version with those refinements. I don't think anything has substantively changed. I think you've actually been sort of honing it for the last couple of weeks. That doesn't mean that I think you're ready. My sense is you've had some opportunities to look at this. I'm hopeful that there aren't surprises in there. Any of the editing that's happened in the last week has been for either clarity or just readability, frankly, but it hasn't been substantive, except for the things that you all put in to the report last Thursday when you met. So I'm hopeful that actually not a lot has changed, but if you feel differently, we have to hear that. And that's okay. It's just, I know you're getting close to the end of the process and starting to feel that pressure, and that's totally understandable.
Is it
So
possible?
wait a second, I want to get the queue in order, and I want to just clarify that. So we had draft 6, we worked draft 6 last week. We refined a lot of the issues and those changes were made. However, what is also true is several subcommittees added additional or new findings and recommendations since then. And they are noted in the report as all caps new, and I believe are track changed in a different color. They almost always are at the end of the particular section, with few exceptions that they'll say, making this up, like 14, 14.5, and then 15, which means 14.5 was added in. So the Q is Catherine with a K, Marge, Catherine with a C.
Okay, I think, I don't know that I have a strong opinion about whether we extend for the sake of our own information today, but one of my big concerns is that my perception of the whole reason why we're doing this process was an indirect goal was to rebuild some trust with the community. And I don't know that I, like a lot of other people in Benton County, I got the mailer yesterday when I came home from work. And I know that's not anyone's fault. I'm not trying to point fingers, but I think it doesn't send a great message to community members if we're saying we want to build trust and get people's input, and then we give them essentially no time to fill out the survey. And I honestly feel like there's still huge gaps between the community members and where we are. And I know we're not all going to reach consensus, and for some people this is an issue that touches them much closer than it does for some of us in the room because they live close to the landfill. But I'm really worried that that is taking a step backwards if we don't allow more time for community members to weigh in at this point before we make this final decision.
Okay. Marge.
Well, I think like getting back to what Darren was saying, like you had time. Well, the time I had, I mean, first of all, I'm a resident. I am not having an 8-hour a day job or 12-hour a day job on this. And so as a human being who has something of another life besides this work group, over the last months, I have been working on understanding the nature of the recommendations that the subcommittees that I serve on should be making. And that has been a full-time job for me to understand these issues as best I can and try to make the recommendations just on SMMP and history and community outreach. That's been a full-time job for me. So now we come together and now I see what the legal group has done, the CUP. I just don't have the capacity to do the level of research and the level of thought, to place the level of thought that I would like to have done in order to make a judgment on these things. I just don't have that capacity in a week or so. However, what I also don't think is that extending it for 2 days is going to help. I think that an alternative that occurs to me is that we somehow say where we are at this point, because we've done a lot of good stuff. I mean, we have compiled a lot of information that we did not have before. And that we characterize what we've done as that and not as, oh, we have done this thing that we're all in consensus with and we all agree now. No, we don't. You know, I don't think the process did what it said it was going to do. I don't think it did what I hoped it would do, but it did something. You know, and it did something. Was it worth $250,000? I don't know, but it got us a little bit further down the road to understand, at least a lot of us, to understanding some of these issues.
Marge, what would it take for you to feel like you're ready?
To make it okay. At the level of effort that's required to really understand many of these recommendations. I mean, you can say, oh, that sounds good to me. Well, but then you don't really understand the legal ramifications of this one sentence in here. And so now the county goes, okay, well, this seemed good to everybody. But they didn't really understand. And that's my fear, is that we are going to come up with a bunch of recommendations that there are different levels of understanding among us, and that, you know, I'm not sure that that would be fair.
Louisa.
So I agree with Catherine. There wasn't enough time for the community to respond to the survey. But what was the purpose of the survey? Was it to us to look at to make a decision about our voting? Or is it just for the future? Like, what if we did say yes to all the recommendations and they go out there? That doesn't mean for sure the county's going to even do them. I mean, I guess maybe seeing what like the plan would be for the people that are concerned, maybe to know like what would happen moving forward a little bit might be comforting, or something. Maybe comfort, you know, help us feel like we're doing what we're supposed to be doing.
So let me just give you some, for what it's worth, comments in no particular order. The whole Benton County Talks Trash process with a cross-section of people from the community is in fact a public involvement initiative. The use of a task force, a work group, a study group for issues that are complicated and contentious, this kind of approach is frequently used to bring people together to explore those issues. It is not a traditional public involvement campaign where the primary purpose is to educate people about what is going on and get their opinion as to options that might be available to the group. I believe that the overwhelming number of public comments that we've received in person and over the phone have gone to an issue that is not before this work group. And that issue is to what extent, if and when, should we close Coffin Butte and or deny an expansion and all those related issues. The charter for this particular work group is pristine in its clarity by saying that is not the purpose of this work group. That does not demean or diminish the members of the public who have come before us to say that is a very important issue to them. I am not trying to diminish that concern of theirs. I'm simply saying it was not before us. So some of the requests, why didn't we study this and why we didn't study that, it's because they were not in the scope of the charge. So that's another thing. I will say that the sole purpose of the public survey that went out was to give you, the work group, your sense, the sense of what the public who had a chance to take it thought about your recommendations. It wasn't a poll or survey designed to tell the commissioners what the public thinks about the whole range of issues. When the full report is done, and if it is done on the current time frame, on the 11th of April, there will be a more traditional public involvement survey that goes out that does not ask to tell us what you all think about these recommendations, but asks more higher level policy ask questions. I do not believe that survey even then is going to ask the questions that some people in the community seem to want answered to what, should we close the landfill? Should we deny the expansion of it? Both of those, neither of those, any of that stuff is not likely to be asked in that survey that goes out in April. The county, as do all counties in Oregon, have a land use process for that with its own outreach and own testimony. First, before the Planning Commission, and any appeal goes to the board. So there has been a flyby of expectations of what some folks thought we were doing and what we were not doing. And that is in the charter, and I think it's been clear from the chart. We are not opining on any expansion or the existence of Coffin Butte. So those are my in-the-moment responses. Yes, sir.
I agree with what you just said. I think that our charge was that. I think a lot of the comments we're hearing on the testimony and some that were in just I have not been able to look at all the public comments.
Right.
Or in the survey, but some that I've glanced at relate to that. However, there were also some good public comments that were relevant to you know, directly to some of the points in our recommendations that we could address for that. It might be helpful to revisit the charge of each subcommittee, because some of these, I wonder, you know, running through them last night, I'm wondering if some of them are exceeding or going beyond what that charge might be. But I have to be refreshed on the charge of each.
Yeah, and we can certainly do that. We have the report up and ready to go. I will say on the charge and the scope in the charter, you know, several things have evolved over time based on the will of the work group. So for instance, the whole history piece was never part of the initial charge in the robust nature that it is. And it's there and it's good, it's helpful. And I understand Mark's comments that he didn't think it went far enough in some areas, and that's why we're doing each work group member and subcommittee member can submit their own personal statements that go into the report. And in the executive summary, I'll be tying in the themes from those into that so the reader can deal with them. But that was outside the scope of the initial charge. There, in the past CUP conditions, that evolved over time. And it wasn't in the charge, but it was for the good of the neighbor, the community at large, and good, helpful information. So we did it, and we got, you know, good information that we otherwise have. So it's a long way of saying the argument or position, to the extent it's that well, it wasn't in the charge, therefore it shouldn't go anywhere. I really think the question should be reframed to, given where we are now and that we have a finding and recommendation, is it good and solid and worthwhile? And if it is, make it. And if it's not, do it on the merits, as opposed to the policy argument. That's not in the charge. Yes, it is in the charge. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Let's work on it. Is it in the good of the broader Benton County community? And if it is, Godspeed. If it's not, bye-bye. So, March.
Well, I'm not questioning any of what you just said.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I doubt my capability to be able to make a responsible judgment regarding some of these recommendations. And I refuse to believe that I'm that much more stupid than everyone else.
The thought never crossed my mind. That it's about stupidity.
And so I just wonder if we could do something, and instead of like making this vote such an incredibly important part of this process. Like the vote is okay, so now set in concrete, now we have that this recommendation is what everyone has agreed that Benton County should do.
Liz.
I don't think any of us were supposed to be experts on landfills or legal language or past CUPs or the trillions of things that have been put in front of us. That is an expectation none of us should carry, because that is not something we can do. What we can do is we can come together, we can lean on each other, we can work collaboratively, which we have done, right? We've talked about it, we've done our best, we've extended the time, we've gone beyond what the commissioners have asked us to do. We've looked even deeper, and I think we've done a damn good job of it, honestly. And I think it's gonna cost the county, the taxpayers, us, the very people who are mad that we're doing it a different way than they wanted us to do, more money if we don't finish the process properly. So I understand the frustration, but I think you are reaching for something you're never going to achieve for this process, which is, I'm a landfill expert. Because none of us are gonna be landfill experts. We're gonna be Marge, we're gonna be Liz, we're gonna be Chuck, we're gonna be Catherine, and other Catherine, right? And I think we need to, at some point, be able to step from this process and go on with our lives, right? And not extend this for a year and a half, 2 years.
Oh, in no way do I want to extend. Let me be clear.
Thank you for clarifying that.
You know, I agree with exactly what you're saying. We are residents, we are not experts. But here we are being asked to make judgments as though we were.
No, they're asked to be, do the best we can. That's what we're being asked to do.
Yes,
Do our best we can.
That is, I'm not sure that that is in the best interest of Benton County residents.
Okay, I have been reassured by this group, especially in the last couple of weeks by them coming together with the other subcommittees, because it's given us insight for balance. Although it's still a polling process, but would you give consideration if one entity is not really clear on that they can abstain as long as not everybody abstains and we still have a majority?
So a couple of thoughts. I'm gonna wait till I see other hands or cards. So Ed.
We've all spent too much time, and we all respect each other's time, and the opinions. Could we try maybe working through some examples? I'm suggesting maybe like put up the CUP thing, which not too many people are involved in. When we go through the process, the threes and twos and ones, and maybe point out some other things if we have to just kind of get one model section out and see where the comfort level is with everybody at the end of one trial run. I don't feel like a landfill expert. I don't want to be a landfill expert. That's why I pay all these bills, so the public is here. That's all I'm suggesting is we just try a model, a test run, and see how the process works.
Right. So that was what I was going to suggest, is that we take on, but I don't want to jump the gun there. But I do think we need a 10-minute stretch break and relaxation break. So we will be back promptly at 3:30. Restrooms are apparently out this door to the left and then the immediate right on the hall. They're both on the left. They're unisex, as I understand.
And there's more down in the lobby.
And more in the lobby. So go forth, relax for a few minutes, and we'll stop the recording or pause it or whatever one does. Line, if you could give us a thumbs up if you're hearing us, so we know that you're able to at least hear us. Thumbs up from anyone on the screen who can hear us. Thumbs down if you can hear us. Rotating thumbs. Any hint whatsoever?
Debbie says she can hear.
Oh, Debbie. Thank you, Debbie. She can hear us. Okay, all right. So, what we're going to do, trial run here, is we are going to look at LLU, which is past land use issues. The first recommendation where someone has pulled a 3 is LLU R6, LLU R6. And because there is, well, let's start with that one.
Sam,
And yes,
you said LLU was land use. Is that legal? I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing.
legal.
Yeah. Okay.
I lied. What I want to do instead is CUP R6. CUP R6.
That's me.
Just seeing if you guys are paying attention. because-
Is the screen gonna get any better?
And so on this, it's actually, it looks like R7. Okay. Next page, CUP R7, CUP R7. We have, this shows, it'll get up on the screen here. This shows that, well, oh, wait. Here it is. So this shows that 8 people fully supported. They voted a 1. They do not want to change it. This shows that 2 people, 2 polling members voted a 2, voted a 3. That means if there's no movement from what we have now, there would A, not be a consensus. B, it would be a majority-minority opinion, 8-2, supporting the proposition. But just so you know, let's assume as a result of this, one of the people that polled 1 changed their mind and downgraded it to a 2. It would still be majority 8-2, but it would show 7 people voted 1, 1 person voted 2. So in the actual work group report, and this is something that, you consider to the extent it's important to you, each recommendation will in fact show, it's not just going to say consensus or majority minority. People are going to be able to see how robust the consensus was. So for instance, there's a big difference, I would assume, in reaction the commissioners might have if the polling was 1 person voted 1 and 7 people voted 2 and whatever's left over voted 3. They're going to go, well, this wasn't very robust. Yes, it was a consensus, but we now know there's more to just this narrow conclusion of consensus. That's never been the intent of how we were going to write that up. So the people that vote, and again, you got this may be, as whoever's driving this, may be as big as it can be, but to the extent it can even be bigger on the screen for people, that would be great. The language proposed by 3s, and it basically says legal subcommittees determined that these are not regulatory conditions. This recommendation should be removed. Legal subcommittees determined these are not regulatory conditions. These should be removed. So, I guess this is where I asked the people that voted a 3. This is where I asked people the 2 people that voted 3, what would it take in good faith that if your colleagues agreed with you, you would move your 3 vote to a 2 or a 1. And we'll open that up to whoever were the 2 people that voted a 3.
That would be me, Sam.
Yes, sir?
And just confirming again, we're talking about CUP R7, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my understanding, legal committees, CUP subcommittees have differing opinions on this particular recommendation. Legal committee, as I understand it, has fairly strong perspective on applicability going back to 83. For us to move from a 3 to a 2, I'd like some sort of affirmative statement, isn't the precise language, but something that says, I should say for me to move, I'm presuming you were the other three, but that denotes disagreement between CUP subcommittee, legal subcommittees. Legal committee has a different perspective about applicability from 83 going forward.
All right, so let me try, and this is where I'm gonna need staff heavy involvement here, because he's looking to the legal stuff, Greg. So if, to tracking this, I'm, again, not trying to put words in your mouth. The issue is perhaps keep it as it is, but then add a sentence that says, please note, legal subcommittee FX, we'll figure out what the number is, concludes that they are not regulatory conditions.
Difference of opinion between two committees.
Yeah.
Legal subcommittee, yes, mapping back to whatever number that is. I suggest it more as a preface rather than a please note, at the end. But I think with that, we could go from 3 to 2.
Okay. So Greg, what would be the, and so this is where I need you to be, staff to be typing in the revisions that we're doing, where it says real-time draft revision, that's where you would be track changing this proposal. And, we'll open up to discussion and do all of this. So put in the preface that LLU F-X concludes that the site plan and narrative are not regulatory conditions. In front of that, before, this is just rough conceptual language, we're not fine tuning it. So then here's the protocol, so you see how this goes. We have a proposal that would move people from a 3 to a 2. Then I look to the ones here and say, does this addition of the sentence in and red there, would that impact your vote from a 1 to a 2 or a 2 or a 1 to a 3? So it's this iterative dance. Catherine, with the C.
Yeah, thank you. So as a member of the CUP subcommittee that drafted these recommendations, I just have a couple comments. This was the 1983 land use decision was instrumental in how we move forward as a county with Coffee Butte landfill as a regional landfill. It is also still has bearing on some of our operational conditions today, as I understand it, and that has been repeated in more than just our subcommittee conversations. My concern about what we are proposing is several. Number one, the legal subcommittee, as well as all the rest of the subcommittees, are recommendation bodies, right? We're making recommendations to the commission. I would say that the CUP subcommittee could wander into the legal land use subcommittee territory and embed this type of, we disagree and we'd like to see this statement instead, but I feel like that's kind of undermining the process of the 1, 2, 3. Whereas I'd be more inclined to leave that number 3 in place, showing that there is a difference of opinion, and leave the CUP recommendation as it was written, because that's the committee that drafted this language. I was not invited to the legal subcommittee to debate the memorandum of understanding, for example, nor would I presume that it would be my position as a certain subcommittee member to put some sort of a statement in opposition to that memorandum of understanding. We put it in places that were relevant to our subcommittee work. So I feel like in part that this proposal to add this language is undermining the work of the subcommittee, to which we did have a few joint meetings, but they were very short noticed, and I don't know that at any of those times all of us were able to attend. I feel like it's just changing the process. I'm more inclined to just say leave the 3 there and just make it a majority minority. And again, keeping in mind that the legal land use subcommittee has not been recognized in any place that I'm aware of as the legal authority to make that determination, which is why we put that recommendation in there, is that someone with, either been given that authority, not the experience of law, but the authority by the commission, should be making this determination and not another subcommittee.
Is it, so let me, we'll refine this process to make it work for this group. So I guess the first thing I want to ask is there anyone that would change their vote from a 1 to a 2 or 3? And I just want you to put your name tents up. You don't need to argue your position. I just want to know if this addition changes anyone. And then we'll go to the reasons why people can vote. The other thing I will tell you, while it doesn't show here, for the same reasons we talked about in the end, that ultimately there will be a staff report that is sent to the commissioners that does this crosswalk. So it will in fact say somewhere in here, like we did in some of the crosswalk documents we had at the last 2 meetings, that says, with regard to the regulatory nature of 8307, this legal subcommittee said, here's their finding. The past CUP said, here's their finding. Well, in this case, recommendation. So it will be side by side in the ultimate roll-up. So that will be noticed. To be clear. So are there, by just quick putting up, oh, I'm sorry, Liz.
That's okay, I just put it up while you were looking at. I'm pretty sure our LLU F22 findings is contradicting the CUP finding. Am I wrong on that?
No.
Right.
That's correct.
Well, so that's the cross-reference one. It doesn't necessarily contradict it. This recommendation is saying determine, and the CUP, or then the F22 from the legal is saying this subcommittee has concluded. Again, to Catherine's point, our subcommittee is not the legal authority making the determination.
Gotcha.
There's
But
nuance.
with that, could we then leave those in contradiction for the staff and board of commissioners to read that for themselves and make that decision?
So I actually don't think it's a contradiction. These aren't mutually exclusive statements. I mean, one is saying it's not regulatory, and the other says it should be reviewed by someone. I think a challenge with this particular one happens to be determined by whom. I mean, what's the noun here that needs to be added? And I say that because A, it's just important to be clear. Secondly, none of these recommendations or findings they're just all, they're all recommendations as to finding and recommendations. So these aren't conclusions. A statement in any of these findings and recommendations is that you all thought X. That doesn't resolve the matter. Ed.
I'm glad you brought up the legal committee one, because it is the opposite of this. And the legal committee went ahead and made the decision. We're just saying, clarify it. But when I read through the legal committee stuff, what I thought it was almost a flyby. And we may have gotten off on the wrong foot in saying, and it was Greg that your response, Greg, what you said, something enforceable versus, I guess you said you hadn't determined that it wasn't enforceable. You just had determined that it wasn't a condition of approval. Okay, that's a nuance. That's the legalese part of it, and that gets at the heart of what a bunch of us have been concerned about. Well, as Catherine said, the 83 documents are extremely important in defining the county's vision of what this landfill was going to be. You can say that vision is not valid because they weren't written as a condition of approval. comment threw me back to what we use as the source material, and that wasn't a cover, it was what was given us by the county to review was actually the ordinance document, which just has the operative words, I guess, are findings and not approvals. So I'm thinking here, we could go through and say, yeah, you're absolutely right, legal committee, they're not conditions of approval, which is where we were focused at the time when we wrote this, because that's the way we did the cup review process. But gee, if you call them findings, then they are enforceable. And that's a whole different direction that you go in. That instead of saying what people thought the landfill was going to look like in 1983 was not possible, it is possible if you view it as a determination. And that gets so much more complex that it's, hey, just don't touch this. Just have it float up to decision makers and have all the appropriate attorneys doing over it, because it's well above our pay grade. You see where I'm getting at? I mean, we might have crafted the recommendation too narrowly, but instead of going back to the recommendation and changing it, which that's too late to do in this process, it may be do something that Russ has is saying, point to this and what Liz mentioned, point, there's another side of this and there's another finding, in that we should consider these findings in the light of determinations that need to be resolved at a higher level. Because when we get to the legal side of it, you'll see a 3 from me, because the way it's written, it says the county has determined something. And I'm not sure the county has. I'm sure the legal group has, but I'm not sure the county has. So we're gonna have lots of nuances here. All right. So I think I'm kind of where Russ is. We can put a modification in this, but we need to somehow connect the two of them. I don't know how to do that.
Well, I mean, the way to do it is what's on the screen here. LLU F22 includes that the site plans and narratives are not regulatory conditions. And then the statement from your subcommittee says, blank, you should give me, hopefully you're giving us a noun here, determines that the site plan and narrative include . Now, that would accomplish some things for some people. So I have Louisa and then Russ.
I don't think we should put the legal part first. We should put that at the end, something like, look at, consider this or something, instead of putting that very first, because that wasn't what the CUP committee recommended. And that's more.
So that's, I don't think that should be a problem. It's a little bit of emphasis, but just switching it to the end.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I was just gonna suggest, so one, Catherine, zero intent to try to undermine CUP committee work whatsoever. I was responding to the question, how do you move from a 3 to a 2? I think I'm tracking with Ed a little bit. Perhaps it's, consider that CUP legal committees, I'm thinking of this as like a preface sentence, consider that CUP legal committees have differing perspectives, period. And then, the recommendation still holds from the CUP committee, determine if the site plan, blah, blah, blah.
So is that a way that gets us to forward? So it's a modification of this I'm hearing, Russ. The red text would say, don't cut it away, Greg, but just put in front of it, just put, please see LLU F22 for contrary view, or something like that. Is that what you're trying to do?
That's exactly, yeah. That would get us to a 2.
So if your colleagues accepted that, just the first words there, not, just kind of highlight everything but the last words, Greg, the reverse of what you're doing. Would that change your polling from a 3 to a what?
2.
Okay, and that's for, who was the other 2? I'm assuming it was Sean.
Yes, I'm in agreement.
So you would move to a 2. Does anyone, any of the people that voted 1 now want to change their vote from a 1 because of the addition of please see LLU F22 for a contrary view? Anyone want to change their vote from a 1? Seeing none. Now, some people did not poll. So I will ask you, if you did not poll, what is your poll now? So get your cards, 1, 2, or 3. And if you're not part of these 10 people that polled, what is your poll now?
How do we know for sure you got our poll?
Well, we got your poll.
Or did you get mine?
If everybody, whether or not you
We can't
polled
see it.
before, since I don't have that document in front of me, just make your little number reflect what your vote is right now.
That's easier.
What our vote is right now?
All right, so we have Catherine, Catherine Bisco, a 2, Sean, a 2, Russ, a 2, Liz, a 2.
I'm gonna go with 2 because.
Marge, a 2.
I
Marge, a
figure
2.
these guys know what they're talking about.
Everyone else at the voting member, I just want voting members, not ex officio members. If you're ex officio, take down your deal. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with Catherine with a C, voting a 2. Everyone else present is voting a 1, which is, we need to call off this for the record. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I have
So
6 1s.
no,
and 5
you have to, sorry, you have to call Chuck, what's your vote? Marge, what's your vote? So the tallies are correct.
Okay, Chuck, you're a 1.
1, 1.
Okay, Marge is a 2, Elizabeth is a 2, Russ is a 2, Sean is a 2, John is 1, Catherine with a K is 1, Mary is a 1, I have Ed is 1, Louisa is 1, Catherine with a C, 2.
Okay, so the final result then?
6 1s and 5 2s.
Okay,
And
so we have a consensus on with 6 1s and 5 2s. So that's an example of how this will work. Let's go on to same category, R12. R12.
Same category, you mean?
Excuse me?
still on the CUP.
Yeah, we're still on the CUP.
Sorry, same subcommittee category.
So that's on the screen. We have, I will tell you this, I'm not sure how this fits into the, our protocols, but just for information, Andrew Struthers is on the East Coast in a pre-scheduled conference. He sent me an email last night. He, at that point in the informal poll, so it doesn't count for the formal poll, voted, he had no 3s. He had 1 2, and Greg, I sent you an email. Did that get in here? 1 2, and the rest were 1s. Again, it's an informational piece for what you're worth. have not heard for Christopher. Ryan has a groundbreaking ceremony. He'll be here in a bit. That's just sort of the state of it. All right, so the person here, the one person that voted a 3 said they would change their vote if burden is changed to impacts. So who is the spokesperson for that?
Guilty.
Okay, so tell me what you think the difference is between the term burdens and impacts.
Burdens has an obvious connotation. Impacts, I think, has a different connotation. Impacts, in my mind, it's even more broad, has applicability to not just environment, it has applicability to people, it has applicability to community, et cetera.
Okay. All right, Catherine with the C.
Yeah, I actually think that we made this change, so it didn't evidently make it into this draft, because I believe, Russ, didn't we talk about that at one point?
We did, it just, in the language I reviewed it.
Yeah, and
I still saw burdens.
Yep, I picked up on it as well, so evidently that change just did not occur. I don't have a personal objection to making that change at all.
Does anyone have any objections to changing the word burdens and replacing it with the word impacts? Any objections? So that is the change. We'll need to see your cards again, 1, 2, or 3 live as a result of that change. So all members present are voting a 1. So we have a consensus with all 1s. R19. Why isn't someone yelled out bingo yet? I'm waiting for that. Bingo. 2, we have not enough numbers to recall.
Yeah.
All right.
Battleship?
Yeah, battleship. All right, we have CUP 19. This is new. Okay. Says, do not use the existence of elects as evidence or proof of compliance with DEQ requirements till additional information is available from DEQ on how to interpret their elects. 3 people voted a 3. So the comments were new finding, need to discuss. We haven't had time to vet this finding, and I feel like we need more information about this. I could support it with more information.
Sam?
Apparently Audrey would like to participate. Audrey. Yes.
Thank you. I, as an ex officio, voted a 2 here because I think the language is not accurate. We did provide information to the legal group that I think probably should have been provided to the CUP group as well. A land use compatibility statement should never be used as evidence of compliance with DEQ requirements. The land use compatibility statement is a document signed by the local government that verifies that the entity applying for a DEQ permit is located in an area zoned appropriately for the proposed use by the local government. And that's in our regulations. So using a land use compatibility statement as evidence of compliance with DEQ requirements is not an accurate use of a land use compatibility statement.
Okay, so first, what do you have in legal land about that? And then let's get back to this because this is interesting. Comment here. Does the legal folks have something on this?
I don't think that subcommittee has a finding specifically to that point.
But you do rely on the Lux to stand for the proposition that Republic was in compliance as of that date, which then trickles into other issues.
Yes, so that is finding. There's LLU F15 regarding the 2002 MOU doesn't specifically reference the Lux, but it says that the MOU, the 2002 Memorandum of Understanding, does not address whether the county's determination of compliance with local requirements includes compliance with all conditions of past land use approval. So that's related, but not directly to this point. I mean, I will say, from a staff perspective, I mean, we would never use a Lux as evidence of proof of compliance with the agency's requirements, just for information. I mean, also from a staff perspective, I don't see a problem with that as a recommendation. Yeah, you shouldn't do that. And we wouldn't.
And there is more to that. It basically says that the county did not determine that the DEQ regulation of a particular environmental parameter is inadequate to protect, right? Like it goes in, DEQ is such its own entity, right? We kind of stay in our lane and DEQ stays in theirs to a certain degree.
Yes, Audrey.
Am I reading the recommendation inaccurately? Because what I read CUP recommendation 19 to say is that go verify if the Lux is evidence of proof of compliance with DEQ requirements.
So this is a little confusing. Maybe Ed, you can help me here, because I thought the concern was don't use the Lux. That it's almost that like, no, you just tell us what was on your mind.
This is the answer that was requested. So that fulfills the needs. That's to get this particular recommendation completed. That's the answer that's needed. That's the right, that would become a finding. Okay, because that's the definition. We asked to get a definition of how they use it, and they provide it. Where this comes in is the MOU that, on the legal committee, there's a number of findings and recommendations that are built about an MOU from 2002. And one of the supporting arguments they use to say everything's fine is that the Lux is evidence that things were in compliance at a point in time. Well, this just says you can't use that. So it just goes back to the argument when we get to a 3 under the legal side of things that, so we point out the Lux is not an appropriate, I don't remember, I think I said it more gently. The MOU does not prove that, it does not prove that the landfill was in compliance. It's just not relevant at all because it wasn't constructed. What it uses as evidence that you're in compliance wasn't intended to be used as evidence that you're in compliance.
So let me.
The authority is the DEQ. We don't use it that way.
So
we shouldn't.
Let's try to reconstruct this. And so, Greg,
Inga's driving this. This is
I'm sorry, guys. I'm doing my best here. Inga, below where it says polling version, strike that and put potential finding. And then Audrey, give us at a pace that she can type the finding that you just articulated.
If you have this, it's the comment in this.
Yeah, the comment's already there.
So I'm just suggesting we move it to, okay, so it's moving it down then. to make that a finding.
And that recommendation then just goes away.
Right, it just was, she's doing that. I don't understand, I mean, Lux was never evidence of proof of compliance with the DEQ requirement. It's the reverse. DEQ needs a Lux to see if they're in local compliance, right?
That is correct.
Right, I mean, this statement on its face.
The way it's written, when you look at the legal side of it, it's written that it's evidence of compliance with DEQ.
Right.
The opposite is used.
Okay, if it's going away, it's going away. So R19 goes bye-bye. In its place, we have a finding. We'll poll on, this is a joint poll. The proposition is we remove CUP 19 and replace it with finding X. We'll figure out where it goes in the sequence. 1, 2, or 3 surrounding that.
Can we still ask a question?
Yes.
So why does it turn into a finding? Is that because it's already a legal thing?
We don't need a recommendation to change something. It is, the finding basically says, this is the law, or this is the procedure. And so the companion finding, recommendation, if there was to be one, was follow the law, which of course we don't need to.
But there's just a gap to me, so then Ed's saying in the past, there was a problem with that. So how are we making sure that we don't need to make sure that that won't ever happen again?
I'll turn to Ed and Catherine. Actually, Catherine has her hand up.
So I just teed up my comment, which was, it would be helpful, I think, to add the context. So with regard to the 2002 MOU language regarding Lux, DEQ has provided that, because it really does tie directly to that document, which is being used as a document to suggest compliance of all things up until 2002 for all conditions and land use decision requirements pre-2002. And the language is, so the finding that we're drafting here is to really point to that language as it kind of being muddy or incorrect even, perhaps. So if we can add to this finding, not just what Audrey provided in her comments, but with regard to the 2002 MOU narrative, or anybody else wants to make amendments to that, but I think it will be helpful to point to the reason why this was even added into the conversation.
All right, Audrey, Ed.
Were you first?
No, I think you
I didn't read the MOU, so I'm not commenting at all on that. I'm just commenting on the ability of what a land use compatibility statement is.
All right. So just to be clear, so no one's missing this conversation, the best I understand it is, therefore, a Lux should not be used as a statement that they are in compliance. It is only limited to, they are in an area zoned appropriately for the proposed use, nothing more.
I can get the exact legal language if you would like it, but that's the general purpose here.
Well, don't we have the exact legal language on the screen now? Because that was from the comment.
I didn't copy it directly from 34018, but that's the intent behind it.
Okay. Ed?
No, that's, she's clarified it. You clarified it. That's the whole point.
Okay. So it says new, with regard to the 2002 MOU, ...
Sorry, what?
So, please poll 1, 2, or 3 surrounding that change. So, we have Sean and Russ voting a 2, all other members present are voting a 1. R23, same category until I tell you later and or you correct me, whatever comes first. Here we had 7, 2, and 1. It's a new recommendation. Future users review all then available source files for evaluating land use decisions and do not solely rely on Appendix A2 documentation. Whoever voted a 3 would like more information before to support this. And then we had 2 people that voted a 2. As is our protocol, we'll take the 3s first and go. So whoever voted a 3, tell us more about what you need.
I'm anything me, but I don't remember what I voted, like, we don't.
You can say,
I
if
know
you'd
it's
like
gonna
to
be
talk
like-
now, you can just talk now, even if you're not a 3 or a 2 or a 9.
No, I kind of voted 3 because I know I voted 3s on some of these because I don't know what they were talking about.
Okay, so this is this corner.
The intent was to recognize that we didn't do 100% job. We looked at what we could look at. We looked at what was available at that time. There may be other things that crop up as the search goes on, as office gets emptied and another box of files show up. So instead of people just saying whatever happened as in Appendix A2 is definitive, there's no more information, it's no, think that it's there, but look for anything else that might be available at that point in time in the future. And use A2 as a base, but look again to make sure you've got everything that could pertain to the historical situation.
Okay, so it's,
Whatever he says.
pardon me?
Whatever
Can I-
Ed says, I guess.
John,
So I need to understand too, I may have been a 2 or a 3, I'm with Louise, I can't remember. What you're saying, Ed, is then that the A2 has a certain amount of information that we've gathered.
Yes,
When the CUP comes up, again, you're saying, don't just use that, use whatever new information is available as well.
yes.
Good.
okay. So we'll call the poll again on, this is CUP Rec 23. Please poll 1, 2, or 3. All work group members present, voting a 1. We have a consensus. R24.
Can I just make a friendly?
I'm sorry,
amendment?
Kevin. Go.
Friendly amendment, future users are encouraged to review. Might be helpful, it points a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good catch. Future users are encouraged to review. All right, R24. This one, we have 3 3s, and this is, this basically is a new one also from CUP. And the people that voted 3, multiple new recommendations, none were discussed or vetted, would like to discuss further at meeting, interested but need more information. Is this what Planning Commission and SWAC are for? Could this be an advisory committee combined with ACs and SMMP? Sounds expensive. And if I was only volunteers, it would be hard to find people to not do this. So let me give you a little background before the context is in. In my assessment, I made a recommendation to the board that, and they have subsequently accepted that, that says one, the county should seek outside legal advice for the processing of the next Republic expansion CUP. They said yes to that. Second, I recommended that outside planning folk be hired to do the same thing. They have said yes to that. The only question that had been talked about earlier was, when those people are selected to fill those roles, should, for instance, a member of BCTT be on the interview panel for those two positions? That was my understanding of this. The second part of this. There's the first part of it, which is talking about only guidance from county staff. Again, for what it's worth, you recommend what you want, but that is what is being done already by the board in this regard, at least as it relates to the land use stuff. The attorney for the county is in a different situation because he has ethical, or she has, or they have ethical responsibilities to the county under the attorney-client relationship. So Ed, fire away.
It's what you said, that the comment in there about the resources should be independent or not dependent on county staff or administrative tasks or clerical support. That's the kind of thing like having Inga needing to spend time on weekends and holidays to do these things. We shouldn't be asking the county staff to be extended to these other duties. Make sure that there's enough people, there's enough work capacity to get it done without having to overburden the county staff. That's all that was intended down there. Does that help explain it a little bit?
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Any of the threes? People that voted 3, do you have something on this?
Yeah,
No.
I think to move from a 3 to a 2, I'd just say rather than making it a singular public member, I'd just say make it plural to reflect diversity of opinion from this group.
Okay. Seems like a friendly amendment to go from 1 person to 2. So calling the poll, this will stand, but public members of BCTT will be the substitute there as opposed to that. Please poll 1, 2, or 3. We have all members voting 1. The people that are voting 2 are Russ, Sean, Louisa. There are no 3s. We have a consensus. All right, those are all the R findings. Let's take a pause here for a second and hopefully briefly go back to the process piece, because it is also dinner time. So if we can, it will be in a few minutes. This is a living example of how this refinement process goes. I am suggesting that we continue this process as we have done it. I'll go through all the 3s at the recommendation level, and then I'll go through all the 3s at the findings level, unless we have to deal with a finding in a recommendation because they're paired up and a bundle, if you will. And then we'll see where we're at making this up, 7:15, and go forward. staff, do we know where dinner is? Is that set up and ready to go?
There's supposed to be dinner.
Ha, ha, ha.
Wow.
You were cooking, weren't you, Greg?
We could have DoorDash, group order on DoorDash.
So.
Ready?
Ready?
So we will be back promptly at 4:55. You got 30 minutes, 4:55.
And personally express their thanks and appreciation to you. I think Sam and I have been going back and forth as liaisons every couple of weeks to talk to the commission, tell them what you're doing, come back here, tell you what the board says. It's really nice to have our board of commissioners with us this evening. This is the last meeting of this work group. And they'd like to say a few notes of appreciation, and then we have a little something for each of you. So, Mr. Chair.
All right, well, thank you. I'm Pat Malone, County Commissioner and Board Chair this year. And I really appreciate all of your efforts to get the work group to this finish line. And sorry about extending the deadline. I remember we said something about, oh, we'll have you home by Christmas. The project was bigger than initially anticipated and took more time. And appreciate you folks being flexible and hanging in there and saying, yes, this is important, and we will give you some of our precious time. So thank you for that. You've helped to develop much needed information that will serve Benton County well in the future. And you've also showed where we need to do more work. And so this isn't the complete end, but it's the end of this phase of the work group. And this project shows the importance of volunteers willing to step up and make Benton County a better place to live. So thank you.
I too would like to give my sincere thanks to all of you for the incredible amount of time, intellectual ideas and contribution, skill you've brought to this process, but most of all your dedication to putting together a product that will help us as commissioners and our staff as we move forward to make really big decisions about the future of the solid waste management process here. But I think it's going to not only affect Benton County, but it'll affect all of Western Oregon, because we know that one of the things we've learned in this process is that our Coffin Butte landfill, though we may think of it as ours, frankly is a resource for half the state, and it is critical to homeowners, businesses, other county governments, and we need to figure out a better way to manage the resource for the future in a way that respects landowners and neighbors, and that also respects all of our needs for waste management moving forward. We need to innovate. We need to do things differently. And part of what you all have been doing is really kind of a retrospective look. I am thrilled that there's a better history of all the decision-making that's gone on in the past. Thank you to all of you who helped assemble that. And I just can't thank you all enough for working in a way to try to put together some sort of a consensus approach about what we know and what we don't know, and being brave enough to say, okay, I don't agree with that, but here's why. Because that's going to make a huge difference as we as commissioners make decisions moving forward. most of all, I want to say I'm very excited about taking the next step and putting together the Sustainable Materials Management Plan that you all have helped put together the outline for, because I think that's going to be essential to moving us into the future of waste management here and across Western Oregon. So thanks.
And I will say, yes, what they said. Thank you all very much for your dedication and for your willingness. It just blows me away and just warms my heart how dedicated our community is. I mean, just all of you that are willing to give up such a massive amount of your time and your focus, right? It's not just the time to sit in the meeting, but it's the mental capacity of all the thinking and trying to make hard decisions. And I just cannot tell you thank you enough for all of the time and energy that you have all put in. As my other commissioners alluded to, this is just kind of the first step in the process, and there's a lot more work to be done, but very glad that you all have helped us get the ball moving. And then I get to be the one to say, we have some plaques that we would like to hand out to all of you. And then at the end of the meeting, when you are leaving, there are going to be gift bags that you can pick up on your way out. So the three of us commissioners will each take a turn saying someone's name, and then our staff will present you with your plaque.
So Nancy's already asked the question, how many commissioners does it take to hand out?
That's why you guys are here to help.
All right. Catherine Bisco.
Hold your applause, hold your applause.
I was gonna.
It's okay. Catherine, you can just- yeah, move it. Look, it's the least.
Next one up is John Jewell. And we know you didn't do this for a plaque. So I just want to say, thank you.
But it's a nice plaque.
Catherine Duvall.
Thank you.
Sean Edmonds.
Brian Fuller.
Can you get this to
I'll
Brian?
take it for me.
Joel Geyer.
Chuck Gilbert.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Elizabeth Irish.
Andrew Johnson.
He is not here as well. Andrew? No, Andrew's not here.
Russ Naki. I had help with the pronunciation.
You did great.
Thank you.
Brian May.
Ryan McAllister.
Christopher Moran.
Christopher is not here.
Even sitting down, I'd be able to.
Yeah.
Audrey O'Brien.
Mary Parmigiani.
Ed Patera.
Marge Pop.
Ginger Richardson.
Shane Sanderson.
Shane is not here as well.
Louisa Shelby.
Andrew Struthers, who's also not here.
Nate Tisdale.
Nate is not here this evening.
Nancy Whitcomb.
He was not here. And then Paul.
All right, and now we will move to subcommittee members.
Bill Roman.
We can take
We can
that.
take the bill.
Yes.
I'll take it. I'm gonna see him on Monday.
Jeff Condit.
Ken Eklund.
It's online.
Ken was online.
Yeah.
Mark Hinkles.
He was online.
Mark Hinkles was with us earlier. Mark, are you still online? Okay.
Jenny Lucker.
Ian McNabb.
He'll take out the end.
Paul Neatfield.
Thank you. Author of the Neat Field Principle.
Here, here.
And last on the list is Mark Yeager.
And I think we can now officially have our round of applause.
We would be remiss if we didn't also turn the applause back to the Board of Commissioners for their leadership. I think we wouldn't be here this evening if it wasn't for their recognition of this as one of the most important topics in our community and something that we put off for a long time. It's overdue and really challenging us as a community and giving us the opportunity to address the solid waste, the future of solid waste in Benton County. So,
Here, here.
And I would like to turn it back around to staff. They've done an incredible amount of heavy lifting and sort of flying by the seat of your pants and figuring out this process just from scratch. So
that's why I wear a jacket, because I can tell.
I wanted to just say what Nancy just said. The staff did a great job for this county in this process. I know I probably speak for everybody. They all were representing on the different subcommittees and put in a lot of good effort and very responsive, and Sam to the leadership. Thank you.
Tolerated it.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Now back to work.
Back to work. Yeah. All right. So let's go to community education and outreach. Community education and outreach. And we have R2. So recommendation 2 will get up on the screen.
Do we have additional testimony or no?
I'm sorry, I
Do we
can't
have
hear.
additional testimony or is there no one that has?
Oh, thank you. So the second public comment period, good catch. Anyone in the room who would like to participate in our second public comment period? Okay. Anyone else in the room? All right, Kevin, come on up and then we'll go to the audio, which we have 3 people. We have Ken Eklund, Joel Geyer, Patricia Haggerty, Christian Mitchell, Joe Robertson, and Pat Hare. So let me get your 3 minutes teed up and take it away, Kevin.
Can we start now?
Yes, sir.
Again, I want to thank wholeheartedly the whole Benton County Trash Talks Work Group volunteers. There's been a lot of hours. I'm sure you're going to be relieved at the end. I spoke earlier today voicing my concern that for our Benton County commissioners, an expansion is all about money. The dump income is discretionary funding. It's not like tax dollars that must be spent in designated ways. It's more like an allowance fund. I need to point out that after I spoke earlier today, Commissioner Nancy White seemingly to clarify my comment about how I individually invited each of the commissioners to participate in public outreach with a small group I want to make it perfectly clear that each commissioner responded and each individual spent 2.5 to 3 hours listening to our concerns. We, the group, thought that they actually heard our concerns. Turns out, it appears they only listened. What do I mean? Well, that brings us to here today, many, many months later. What our commissioners didn't hear was our plea for help. It seems that all the information was too much, or we all wouldn't be here today. As I said earlier, none of us has seen any help, only pushback. There was a small dump at Coffin Butte when we purchased, tough, live with an expansion. We, this group, shared much of the information you've been poring over for the past several months. Now you're making recommendations. Couldn't our commissioners have started due diligence months ago? They had the information. I'm sorry to say I'm seeing this process as a huge time suck for all involved, a big paycheck, like maybe $250,000 for Sam's facilitating, and little to no progress towards due diligence. Again, a landfill expansion is big business that requires due diligence. I've said it before and I'll continue to repeat. Before any consideration of a landfill expansion, all of Benton County's residents deserve: 1, a professional, independent, cost-benefit analysis of hosting a regional landfill. 2, a professional, independent environmental impact study covering environmental impacts to date and the future environmental impacts of hosting a regional landfill. Yes, BCTT suggests one in the future. 3, a sustainable materials management plan, which BCT suggests in the future. Again, in the future does not provide answers for now. Benton County commissioners appear to be kicking these 3 cans down the road. Due diligence would be in the very best interest of all Benton County residents, not just that small group asking for help. Commissioners, it's long past due. Stop kicking the cans. Do the necessary due diligence for all of Benton County residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last call for any member of the audience physically present? All right, Ken Eklund, you're up.
Great, I'm going to share my screen again.
We can see it.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, hello again, work group. It's Ken Eklund, Benton County resident. In your last meeting, there was a concern raised about fear mongering. With that in mind, I have an example that seems to be fear mongering about the landfill that I feel the work group should address in the short time that remains. I'll just note that it's urgent that you act because the window of opportunity to clear this up closes when the work group passes last call. So what you're looking at here is text from the Coffin Butte landfill website in a section about the proposed expansion. It says straight up that without approval of the CUP, there will be no outlet for the county's waste in the very near future. Is this true? This text brings up some questions. First, doesn't the franchise agreement bind Republic Services to take Benton County's trash for the next 20 years? Isn't Republic Services obligated to be an outlet? Second, I'm on the landfill size subcommittee. It projected that there is 14 to 16 years of landfill life left. Now, when you read very near future, do you think that means 15 years or 3 to 4 years? So third, the way it's presented here, the quarry is not available, cannot be available to begin accepting trash when the current cell is full. As a member of the landfill size subcommittee, I can assure you that Republic Services never put forward anything like this in subcommittee. The only question was how much of their quarry could be pre-excavated before the trash started to go in. Why is the landfill website telling the public the opposite? And why is it communicating that Republic is somehow helpless about what they can do with their own land? Fourth, what service disruptions are these? What service disruptions is Republic anticipating if the landfill expansion is not approved? Why will they occur? So I'd like to ask someone on the work group to bring these questions up to Republic while they're at the table and amenable maybe to presenting their side. So those questions again. Doesn't the franchise agreement bind Republic Services to take Benton County's trash for the next 20 years? Number two, isn't very near future misleading to the public when Republic's own actual projected landfill life is 15 years or more? Number three, doesn't Republic Services plan to begin accepting trash in the quarry area when the current cell is full if a landfill expansion is not available? And then four, what service disruptions is Republic anticipating if the landfill expansion is not approved? I'll put these questions in the chat, and I know my time is up, but just a reminder that you've all seen the results of this information right here in the work group. Members of the public have come before you fearful that the landfill was going to close in the very near future. I hope that one of you will address this matter, one or more of you will bring it forward on the public's behalf, add a clarifying finding, and straighten out the record before the work group is done. Thank you.
Thank you. And Joel Geyer's up next.
Yeah, hi. Hello, work group members. My name is Joel Geyer, resident of North Benton County and landfill neighbor. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you who volunteered to be part of this process for your sincere efforts. And I especially want to thank those of you who took the time to join the neighborhood tour and picnics so you could find out what's going on and understand our neighborhood, and hopefully you enjoyed the pie. I do hope to have a chance to work with you in the near future when our community will, I hope, finally get to work on an update of the county's sustainable materials management plan. I remember there was a whole lot of enthusiasm within this group for really exploring our options on how to reduce waste and reliance on landfills. But this process has been much more narrowly focused on landfill expansion. More worrisome, it appears to be setting the stage for not just one, but multiple expansions. Did you notice in one of the last recommendations that you voted on just before dinner, it referred to expansions in the plural? How did that S get in there, and in whose interest is that? Thanks to a recent public records request by a community member who spoke earlier, we now know that some important information that is missing from the history section of the report that you really should have heard about at the start of this process, but you weren't informed of. She referred to a February 2019 memo between County Council and an outside attorney, which mentions purchase of additional property as one of the county's goals in upcoming negotiations with the Republic. Following up on that, in October 2020, Republic mentioned to County Council they have many more acres that will hold waste, not just a lot south of Coffin Butte Road. So they have still more expansions in mind beyond the one we've all been expecting, and the county knows that. This is about setting the stage for landfill expansions on top of landfill expansions. During the neighborhood tour, a couple of us tried to point out how the current landfill is already creating blight. We talked about how this has led to properties being bought out and added to allow further sprawl of this massive operation. We like to talk about sustainability here in Benton County, but this is about as far from sustainable as you can get. I can't blame Republic. This is their business model, but our county shouldn't be complicit, and neither should you. So as you continue to vote on these topics, please bear in mind that you're not just being asked to set the table for a single expansion. This is about multiple continuing expansions. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Haggerty. Patricia? You appear to be unmuted. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Okay, I guess my Bluetooth connection was gone. I won't turn on my video because my internet might fade away. I have tried to follow the trash talk process as a resident of North County. And I have made some email comments. And I have one brief comment after listening to the proceedings today, which was I'm really dismayed, and that's putting it mildly, that it was suggested that maybe over 100 public comments were available to the Trash Talk Committee members that were sent last night. And with the meeting that was held less than 24 hours later, that doesn't give me any reassurance that any of our comments are really being taken seriously in this process. And it seems like the whole process is designed to just speed along to an end. And I'm feeling that a lot is left out if there's not a honest assessment of all the feedback that's already been given, as well as a reopening of the survey that many of us did not find out about until the last minute. And I realize there are some additional public comment opportunities coming up, but it's hard to believe that at this end of the process, that any of our comments are really going to be taken with the sincerity and opportunity for revision that maybe they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kristen Mitchell?
Thank you very much. And thank you for your opportunity or the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Kristen Mitchell. I am the Executive Director and CEO of Oregon Refuse and Recycling Association, which is a trade association with garbage and recycling companies in the state of Oregon. And I follow the Benton County Talks Trash project at some levels. I applaud the effort that you have made. It is a lot of time and effort to participate in these conversations, and they're important in the community. You know, Aura and Republic Services as a member and Coffin Butte as well do comments there because that's the role that we play in our communities, to be good neighbors, to be community partners, to participate at the statewide level in a number of the landfill regulatory issues that arise there. And in my 31 years at Aura, Republic Services Coffin Butte has always been the kind of member that I can count on to get good advice back to questions that arise related to environmental concerns in these communities. So I applaud you and I applaud them, and I know it's been a difficult process. I did read the article in the paper recently where the commissioners were asking that everything go through these more established work groups. And I think that that's important from a governance standpoint. We need to know and be able to have robust and transparent conversations in this public process, so everyone gets the same information to dictate what the best path forward is going to be. So I think that that was a good approach from governance with your county commission. I think your process is a difficult one, and I appreciate the opportunity to just step forward and work with you. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Joe Robertson.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. You know, someone who calls this place home, I'm happy to see this community process coming to a close. Additionally, what I'm looking forward to next is the county really stepping in and providing some direction. I think that's the voice that's really been missing in this equation. Instead, we've just heard lots from individuals who have made this a referendum on the landfill instead of actually moving us closer to a sustainable future. So I'm looking forward to the next opportunities to just get involved and provide feedback. Anyways, thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Next up is Pat here.
Yes, this is Pat here with City of Adair Village, and I was just calling in to, talk and remind everyone that this is about a landfill expansion, and it's a zone for a landfill. And we definitely need to be thinking about our future in the fact of recycling and what we can do better. But at the same time, that's not the question right now. And Republic Servers they have been one of the leaders in the country in what they do. And so I also wanted to address some things I've been hearing about property values. I can tell you that the comments about Adair Village's property values, we have not seen any drop in property values. That has not been. And then also in the regards to the leachate, we have our water intake below Corvalis's, and we have to test our water every day. And our water has it has not changed in any of the testing since the leachate has gone to Corvallis. So I just wanted to say that, those two rumors and what the real point of this conversation is about. And I also caution you, you talk about 14, 15 years as a long time. It's not a long time to all those employed by Republic Service that live in our county. So there's employment, not to mention if any costs go up at that landfill, we're going to start seeing that garbage in our backyards. It already happens. I deal with it as a city manager where people just throw their garbage bags in their backyard because they can't afford it. When you can't afford water, you stop paying for trash first. So I just hope that the commissioners and the work group look at the bigger picture here on both sides to this, because Republic Service has been a partner to us for a long time, and they have been nothing but great in any instance to work with us. And they've done a lot in all of our communities. So I appreciate the time, and you guys have a tough road ahead, but I hope you can focus on the landfill expansion, and then we can get to work on looking at new and creative ways. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is Marty.
Hi, my name is Marty Bilsland, and I have lived in Corvallis all my life for 70 years, and I have seen Coffin Butte go from a place you could swim in to being such a large landfill. We can see it from Independence Highway now. I live in Soap Creek Valley. We really enjoy it out here. However, about 20 years ago, we're about 4 miles, we saw a glow in the sky and decided to go investigate what was going on. That glow was a fire in the landfill. When we got down to the road, Coffin Butte Road, we stopped and looked at the landfill, and the whole south side was basically on fire. It looked like a giant brain on fire. There was no fire trucks, there was no emergency vehicles, it was just letting it burn. If Coffin Butte Road had been closed or had been filled with trash, that fire would have gone across the road, up the hill, into the trees, and probably continued on through where houses are currently built and livable. I would caution ever the close of Coffin Butte Road for that one reason. I wish I had pictures I could share, but 20 years ago, it wasn't an issue. The other thing I'd like to address is the questionnaire. I remember when it came out, we looked at it, and it was very complicated from the legal standpoint. I would have to agree with a couple of the responses today that in answering it, you didn't really understand a layman's view of what those questions were about. And I question who the 100 people are that answered the questionnaire. Are they truly all residents of Benton County? Are they employed by Republic Service? Are they people that were feeling one direction or the other? They wanted to stop it. They wanted it to continue. So I really would take the questionnaire with a grain of salt. I don't at all feel comfortable where that's going. With the person that lives with asthma, it hasn't gotten any better in the last 10 years living in Soap Creek Valley. Quite often I have to go inside. The smell is so bad here. We smell the landfill all the way to Independence Highway sometimes when we head towards Albany. And we don't know what we are smelling. And if we can smell it, it can't be good. And it's hard for anyone who enjoys the outdoors to have to continually be concerned about that. I thank you for your time, and I thank everyone for participating in this problem, and I hope that it's resolved to everyone's benefit and it won't impact Benton County for hundreds of years, and our children will have to bear the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe Crockett?
Yep, hello again. Hey, first off, I have to give everyone there a huge congratulations for making it through this far. This is quite the marathon meeting, and you all deserve a pat on the back and thank you. And it's not over yet, so keep it up. Anyway, the main thing I wanted to point out is that at some point, there is not going to be the landfill, right? I mean, that is a given fact. The landfill is going to close at some point in the future. And does that mean no one has trash to get rid of anymore? Recently, we were in another state and we went by a landfill and we mentioned to our friends, it's like, oh yeah, we're dealing with the landfill in our place. So how much does it cost for you to put your trash in the landfill here, the transfer station? And they said, oh, nothing. It's part of our tax base. And so this idea that somehow when the landfill closes, people are going to be having to throw trash out on the street is a joke, because all across the country, everybody has trash service and they don't all have a landfill in their backyard. So the whole concept that, okay, if we get rid of the landfill, it's going to be so expensive, we're going to be throwing our trash in the street. Is that what happens in the rest of the United States? No, they take their trash out and it gets picked up, it goes to a transfer station and it goes into a landfill. There's going to be landfills and there's going to be transfer stations. And one more comment. This morning, I drove to Salem this morning, and I was shocked at how many huge trucks, I would say 75, I'm guessing, but 75% of those trucks were all delivering trash to the landfill. So, everybody else is doing what we're going to have to do in the future, no matter what. We are going to be taking our trash to a transfer station and it's going to be sent somewhere else. That's the reality of trash in America. And I don't think that, how much does Newport pay to have their trash? Is it like hundreds of dollars a month? Like I said, our friends don't pay anything. It's part of their tax base. Anyway, hang in there. I hope you make it a few more hours. Thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you very much. Last call for public comment. Last call. Thank you all very much. The next topic up here, as I mentioned, the game plan is to deal with the recommendations first, and we are in community education and outreach. Finding R2 has 8 people voting 1 on the survey, or informal poll, and 1 person voting 3. It says the Board of Commissioners board should consider changes to these notification recommendations based on the potential impact of other CUP applications. We had 1 person voting the 3 and suggested that he or they did not understand this recommendation. So if the person who voted 3 can ask for clarification or tell us what they believe it says, and then if that's accurate, we're good to go, and if it's not, we'll provide more context. Anyone in the room want more information on this? All right, let's call the poll. So you vote 1, 2, or 3, but formally, informally, as to this recommendation as written. All members present are voting a 1, so that carries with the consensus. Final is F15, recommendation 15. And for whatever reason, I am not seeing. Here it is on the back. R15, got it. All right, this is new. Application of CUP should have a pre-application meeting. This was 8, 1, and 1. Person that polled to 3 rather, would like to discuss it at the meeting and a new finding. So, take it away. If you voted a 3 or 2, what would you like to discuss?
So Sam, I think that was me, but this is more just clarification. And I believe that this may have been addressed previously, but just want to confirm it would be the county executing, this type of communication campaign, and it would be the county paying for said campaign.
Greg? Or Darren? So
I don't know what the recommendation was.
it's on the screen there.
Yeah, emails, postcards.
I don't
When
know.
there's a pre-application meeting, so it's more just clarifying, I think, not just for, for any application in the future, who's gonna be responsible for doing it.
I don't know what the intent of the proponent was. Currently, there's 2 ways to have a pre-application conference. There's kind of an informal consultation free of charge, or we have a more formal process that involves some note taking and kind of formalizing that, and that fee typically lands on the applicant. So I don't know what the proponents were thinking, but I see margins.
Yeah, having been on that committee, I heard them, us say that the county would be responsible for doing that.
So I think from our perspective, we're good either way. I just recommend clarifying that, because the county could run into a situation in the future where, there is a dispute with an applicant.
Liz?
Are we talking about all CUPs or specifically Republic Services?
This would be applying to all CUPs.
So we want the county to spend money on a campaign for every CUP that comes across the desk for the entire, but
So,
it doesn't seem feasible.
We have the 2 subcommittee members that were working on this, and I didn't see who raised their hand first, so take it away, either Mary or Louisa.
Well, this was written in response to a legal subcommittee.
Yeah, it was written in response to something that came up last meeting. And I think that, I wrote this, so I think that I was suggesting like an informal meeting just to get, people that were affected by the CUP more comfortable and to kind of bridge the gap between the applicant and the people.
But maybe we need to reference the, could you guys speak up a little bit? We can't hear over here. Sure, maybe it was in response to a legal committee recommendation. And so maybe we should reference that recommendation in there, and that would be more clear.
So my sense of this is there is talk in the legal subcommittee about having some pre-application meetings, and those are already in your code, are they not?
Not required by the code except in certain circumstances, and a conditional use permit is not one of those circumstances.
So they're not required. Is the county's position that they can require one of an applicant?
It varies,
Yeah, so there's some discretion. The county, in certain circumstances, can require or suggest. At the same time, an applicant can ask for it, but it's a conversation. It's not a mandatory pre-app.
So if that discretion applies here, then do you just do comma as directed by county?
So the real, let's get down to what I think I'm hearing is the real question, who pays for this
Who's
sort of thing?
responsible
So
for
that,
it?
so let's call it straight out. What is there an application fee to file a CUP and what expansion, and what does that include by way of services?
So there's a fee for a conditional use permit that pays for the processing of the application, presentation of the planning commission, and, preparation of the staff report. That's for the permit. I think we're talking about a pre-application conference, which is a separate process outside of the application that typically comes with a modest fee that pays for a little bit of staff time and the preparation of some notes to memorialize the meeting. It's usually an interagency kind of a conversation that includes the applicant, the county, and any affected agencies. It's not the same as a public meeting or neighborhood meeting. So if that was the will of the subcommittee, then I think we may want to use a different term to describe what it is that you want to accomplish.
What, Mary?
Yeah, I think, I know Lisa, but I think that we were describing a process where the applicant would meet with community members. That.
Well, what was the legal recommendation?
I don't know which.
LLU R5.
And while people are looking at that, my recollection of the conversation was, there should be a pre-application meeting, and you should notify the public about it for purposes of transparency. That was the major thrust of that, because last week when this pre-app meeting came up, there was a realization that there wasn't a notification recommendation for that pre-app meeting. So it was plugged and played into that slot. Is that fair, Mary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's all well and good. All I'm suggesting is comma, this is a discretionary thing for the county. You're gonna do postcards to everybody in the county, or you're gonna do it in a quadrant or whatever, just maybe it's comma at direction of the county.
We kind of talked about it in LL, R5 already too.
So if you're forming a language, I need you to speak up a little bit to make sure that, I can hear it, and equally, if not more importantly, the members on the Zoom can hear it and everyone else in the room. So where specifically would you put your comma?
Very end, after outlets. I mean, you've got a sentence that's talking about all the different communications methods.
As directed by the county?
Correct. Because the county may decide one day they don't want to do a website, they want to do something different. I think that's all well and good. It just, somebody needs to make the call.
So you're just saying the type of communication?
Yeah.
You're responsible for everything. Type it, how you're going to communicate, what you're going to do.
But you're not,
who's paying for it,
you're
whatever.
not questioning the need to do it.
Support
Yeah.
the intent wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I can envision a scenario where this could be a problem without somebody saying this is how it's going to be.
Okay, Liz?
Yeah, it's mentioned in the LLU R-5 by the as needed neighborhood meeting. Could require a neighborhood meeting before application is filed. So it's in that recommendation as well.
Okay,
Sam, that takes me from a 3 to a 1.
okay. If we add the terms as directed by the county or as it is?
Correct.
I gave you two
You
options.
did say or, so I 3, so the or, would be a 2, as directed by the county would be a 1.
Okay, yes, John?
I would put another word in there.
Please.
As directed by the county, or it sounds like the county now can decide whether there should be that pre-application meeting or not. I think the subcommittee is saying, and I'm hearing from the community, that they definitely need that connection with the process, or, with what's going on. And so I would say that maybe add the words, the method of which is at the discretion of the county.
Okay, so the first sentence first sentence accomplishes that recommendation. Applicants of CUP should have a pre-application meeting with notification to communities affected by the CUP. So it's really the last portion there. Yes, Louisa, what do you have?
I don't think, I mean, what we were trying to say was, because L5 says we should have the pre-application
Right.
meeting. We're just saying the community should be notified. So, sorry, I'm not sure that says that clearly. So as long as it's something that's saying, I mean, I think that's good to say, like, what county and as they are, as we recommended by the county.
You don't want to have somebody putting a flyer up in the Starbucks bathroom and say, well, we notified people, right? Like,
Yeah.
you want to go, there needs to be some direction from the county. This is what we think you should do.
Well, okay, two things. I don't know that we need to be that prescriptive. The county already has like methods for how they do this communication. I don't know that we need to put it in there. I also don't think this document's long enough without having it in two places. I think it should either be in community engagement or in the LLU R5. I think we could condense it. I don't think we need to have it twice.
So the subtle distinction, it is the recommendation to have it is in the legal. This really, I think, could be shortened to say that it should have the application of the CUP should have pre-application meeting with notification to the community as directed by the county. And I think that does it. And you have does that work? Okay. So this is now edited to just be what's on the screen there in real time. If you could pull 1, 2, or 3, that would be great. All members of the work group present are voting 1. Okay. All right. Let's go to the landfill size and capacity. There's 2 recommendations there. Landfill size and capacity are 6 and 7. Are 6 and 7. I'm not seeing 6 and 7 here. Let's see. Are you guys seeing 6 and 7 here? On my chart, I have
Page 11. 9 here.
Is it 9?
Are we in legal or sideline?
We are on landfill capacity, so LSCL. There should be, according to this cheat sheet, an R6, which I am not seeing. And it says an R7, which I am not seeing on this document. So,
We may have missed it.
So if you could call up what is, are there any recommendations on site life capacity that we have a person voting a 3?
Yeah.
What number is it?
So 6 has 5 people at 1, 1 at 2, and 2 at 3. And 7 has 7 at 1, 0 at 2, and 1 at 3.
So the problem is I don't have those printed out in front of me. as, it looks like, you know, the paper got jammed or something, and some of these were missed.
We should
So
be
we
leaving it
can,
up there, but,
Yeah.
oh, she had such. They were. Who's sick?
Sam, if you want to go on to something else, one of us will work on getting those generated.
Okay,
How's that?
so we propose that. All right, now we're gonna go to legal and land use. We will go to legal and land use. And this will be a journey. Just so you know, they are numbers 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 12. But everyone agreed with the font choice. Everyone voted 1 on the font choice, but the rest. So recommendation number 1, which should be there. Yeah. So, there are 2 comments. The person that voted a 3 said, what is the significance of naming Republic Services as Allied Waste Services of Corvallis, quote, Republic Services, when it is referred to simply as Republic Services in all other contexts? So Greg, you were the staff person on LLU. Was this the first time this was named? And as a result, you were just doing a naming convention to call it Republic Services, or?
It was, as I recall, this is using the language from the franchise agreement, in which the franchise agreement is between Benton County and Allied Waste Services of Corvallis, parentheses, Republic Services.
Okay, the person voted 3, does that help answer the question? Yes, Marge?
I voted 3.
Yeah, please.
And I did want to know, but I still don't understand why in this case it's assignated in that way. And I guess you don't either.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, what we should have, and I mean, again, thinking out loud, this shouldn't be controversial. Someone signed the agreement, and the names of whoever signed the agreement should be what appears in this deal. And so, John?
Yeah, well, I think Republic Services probably shouldn't even be singled out if it's all franchise agreements. Maybe that could be a footnote, but I know that's the intent of this, you know, our function here, and that's the franchise agreement most of concern here, but that would just.
So the only possible distinction is in the charter, it does talk about addressing the franchise agreement with Republic and the county. There is a reference to it there. This is the one, and this is in fact the one that is up for renewal. What is the current status? You're in negotiating with Corvallis now. That's completed. Then you go into a reopener, for lack of a better term, with Benton County, and it's including what happened there plus takeaways from BCTT.
That's fairly accurate, right, Julie? Yes.
Okay. So that's what that is. So it should be made a reference to there. Is that the, you know, if that's the legal name that appears in the document, then that's what it should say.
And which recommendation is that? Which recommendation is R1?
LLU R1.
R1, okay.
Yes.
Non-voting member has a suggested recommendation. Why don't you add the county should enable public input on all franchise agreements with Republic, get rid of all the rest of it down to where the recommendations are. Any input received would be presented to the board, so you could get rid of the quotes completely. If the idea is to have the public involved in franchise agreements and discussions between the Republic and the county.
Well, I'll just respond to that and remind everybody that at the last meeting, we talked about the intent of this is applicable to all future franchise agreements for the county.
Yes.
And so Sam graciously came up with the first sentence to be able to reinforce that intent. And then, you know, the language bridges to the applicability based on the charter to the arrangement that we have.
All right, so if we've nailed the name of the company, that I believe takes care of the person. Does that take care of your concern, Marge? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the person that voted it 2 said, having the public input on franchise agreements opens up a Pandora's box for Benton County. The issue at hand is the landfill, so keep it specific to that line item. So the person who voted 2, would you like to say anything? Yes, sir.
Yeah, as I was reading this, I mean, it feels like if we're trying to draw a big box and say every single franchise agreement for every county process going forward, the burden on the county is going to be substantial. The issue at hand appears, is the agreement with Republic, so why not just keep it that way?
Okay. And there were 2 other people that voted 2?
Yeah, I was one, only because, I'd love to not be mentioned. That gave me 2 and 1.
Great, thank you for sharing. A time and place when we're option generating, no option is a bad one. All right, well, I think we've done as much as we can with this. The first sentence, county should enable public input on all franchise agreements, was because overarching, there was an agreement early on that we wouldn't single out. However, in this particular case, that franchise agreement is specifically called out in the charter. So unless there's a motion for a change, I'm going to call the final poll on LLU R1 as written.
As written.
As written. So please vote 1, 2, or 3 as you have it on the screen. And this includes the track changes that are posed in there.
Sam, can I just make a brief remark?
Please.
Which is that I am uncomfortable voting 1 on this or any of the other legal recommendations because I'm not sure I understand them. And I don't want 6 months from now for people to say to me, but you agreed to this. And I will just say that. And if you could maybe count differently, that would be fine. Otherwise, I have spoken my piece on it. I do have specific objections on a couple of other ones.
Okay,
but that's my general objection.
And I appreciate that. So, but on this one, are you voting a 1, 2, or 3?
Okay, so if I have to vote, I will under protest vote a 1.
Okay, you could vote a 2. That would more closely represent what I heard.
It would more closely represent my views.
Thank you. Okay, so the people that are voting 2, Marge, Liz, Russ, Sean, Ryan, Mary. Every other voting members are voting 1. 6. So we have 6 voting 2, and then how many 1s would that be then?
Also 6.
6 voted 2s. How many 1s would it be then?
6.
I thought we had 14 here.
Yeah, but 2 people are gone.
2 people are gone. Okay, 6 to 6. There you have it. All right. Let's move on to our friend R2.
LLU?
All these are LLU.
Do we want to, can we go back to?
If you're ready, did you get those two ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're down there.
Okay, let's go back.
They're in there, they're just at the beginning instead of at the end.
Okay, so just please call them up on the screen, and what we're calling up is LSCLR 6 and 7.
Page 11.
LLU, LSCL. Page 11.
Capacity.
Page 11 is this thing.
We're on capacity, LSCL. Landfill size, capacity, longevity, R6. The proposal says the county should clarify when formal approval of cell 6 as a disposable area was granted. 2 people voted 3, saying it should be removed. The issue has already been addressed by the legal subcommittee, and person who voted 2 suggested communicate this with the county. Okay, as to the 2, I think by definition, whatever the county does by clarifying it will be communicated to the county. I'm sorry, I need to see the top of the screen for a second. So to remove, the issue has already been addressed by the legal subcommittee. This sounds similar to the conversation we may have had earlier, where the legal subcommittee has concluded that's the case. But does the landfill site capacity line disagree with that finding?
Yes.
Okay, who's speaking on behalf of that committee?
Well, on the landfill.
Yeah.
Well.
So,
I mean, Chuck and I are on that committee.
Yeah.
You want to go first?
Well, I'm confused here because it says cell 6 as a disposal area. The county has a land use action, and if I understand it, ODOT BQ permits the disposable sites. So why would this be an action of Benton County when it is an action of DEQ under their permit process? That's what I'm confused about.
Ginger?
CL1. Yeah, so this was one that Ian McNabb and I pushed back on, noting that the legal subcommittee had already concluded based on 2 documents in finding 22, when the quarry was at 23, sorry, when the quarry was actually approved as a disposal area. But the other members of the subcommittee wanted this finding in there, or this recommendation in there, and Ian and I were unsuccessful in getting it removed.
Okay.
So if you refer to LLU finding 23, that is where the legal subcommittee weighed in on the approval of cell 6, which is the quarry, as the disposal area. There was also, I believe, a county memo related to this LLU finding 23 as well.
Okay, so I think this is another circumstance where we should consider doing the same treatment we did to the last one, which is adding a sentence after the word granted, that LLU F23, you said?
LLU finding 23, yes.
Addresses this issue, or what is the parallel language we used last time, and make that parallel?
Please see I think it's what we did last time.
So we didn't go with your damn well better C. F.
No bolding, no italics, just, yeah.
Alternate was. Find it.
Yeah, I don't think we should say,
I don't think alternate is appropriate.
yeah, please see LNT, for conflicting finding. All right, anything more that anyone would like to say on that before I call? Yes, Catherine with the K and then Louisa.
I think just as a point of clarity, maybe then in LLU F23, the first sentence either should be taken out or changed, because this reads like a recommendation and it's a finding. Just the verb, the verb clarify.
So what's your specific suggestion?
Didn't you want to say something, Frank?
So to clarify, much of the LLU's report is in the form of question and answer. So this was the question that was put to the committee was, please clarify when formal approval was granted. So that's just background. Choose to change the wording so that it works for you. That's just, guys, worded that way.
Maybe just like regarding approval, formal approval of, I don't know, just maybe changing it a little bit.
I would agree with changing clarify in the legal finding, just because we have clarify there and it feels confusing when we're referencing it. I think you could either remove that first sentence, or you could say regarding when formal approving of landfill cell 6 was granted, as Catherine said, colon, land use file, blah, blah, blah.
So we need to have the specific language, and then Louisa, what are your suggestions here?
Well, is it too late to ask why the, wherever we are, LSCO committee, thought that the LLU 23 was incorrect?
So,
Sam, I think maybe Mark would want to, Mark, do you want to address that? Because I think you were were you part of that group on the subcommittee to put this in there?
Which group are we talking about now?
I think like.
Number 7.
You.
Landfill subcommittee?
Yeah, yeah.
So I think where the confusion is, so for the record, Mark Yeager, member of the landfill capacity subcommittee. Where the confusion is I don't believe that, and I was also on the CUP subcommittee. So where I think the confusion lies is that there isn't a specific land use action that formally approved cell 6 as a disposal area. When you look at the LLU 23, there's some mathematics that sort of implies that if you take the acreage of this and subtract the acreage from that, they must have meant that cell 6 was approved. I think that's what it says. So on the CUP subcommittee, in trying to look at the past record of land use approvals, there wasn't anything that we were able to find specifically that addressed approval of cell 6 or the quarry area as a disposal site. And I would also ask Ed and Catherine to weigh in on that, because I think we had some discussions on the CUP subcommittee about this. I don't know if that helps.
No, I mean, I knew there was, I just wanted you to explain it because I didn't want to speak for you, and I know Ken is not here, so I thought you could maybe articulate where this finding came from.
Yeah, and I think Paul was involved in it as well, because that was part of that. That was part of the whole, just want to make sure that that disposal area was formally approved as an area for disposal of waste. And it gets even more complicated with the MOU 2002.
Oh, we haven't
Not
got
that
to that.
not that the stuff is complicated.
Louisa?
So then if we're it's still gonna say the county should clarify but then it's like C, the other. So then in the future, these things that don't agree, is that like the legal person that the county might hire as a third party that you recommended, and they will look at that kind of stuff?
Well, I mean, there are several ways where this, let me back up and say, respectfully, this was worked between these three companies, and people did the best job possible to do it. I do not believe at this moment in time, divine intervention is going to get everyone on the same page surrounding it. So the best we can do is simply capture this issue. That LLU F23 basically puts forth the position that it in fact was formally approved. And they have their reasoning for it. There is another school of thought and reasoning that says we cannot find the specific documents in the record that say we, Benton County, thereby bless and confer upon cell 6 this status. We're not going to resolve it, so all we can do is basically say there are two competing views, get in, get out, be done, because it's never going to come to pass. Ed?
Could we say, please see LLU F23 for additional information?
And that would, I think, fine. I mean, because that's what it is.
Yeah, because we're down on the same side as that needs to be resolved, and when we get to LLU F23, you'll see objection 3.
Right, and when we get to LL Cool J, it'll be even a whole different thing. Does anyone know who LL Cool J is? I mean, am I at all speaking to any of you here?
The only intent here is to move it over, to have the discussion in one place.
Yes.
So that people can see the whole thing at once.
What, the only, does the sentence, I hate to drag this out, guys, does the sentence above it actually provide additional information? It's more saying, we've got a perspective where it's not clear. And, I mean, the way I read the F23 is, it isn't a differing perspective. And they're saying that they think it is clear. So I don't know, I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know that additional works, and I kind of thought finding was more appropriate than information. But I also don't want to belabor this any more than we have. So I can see how conflicting might have been too much. I also don't know that additional's right.
Okay, we just.
Differing finding, differing perspective.
Alternate information or alternative.
Can we just say LLU F23 provides information on this issue?
That's fine.
All right, please poll 1, 2, or 3 surrounding that. So the two.
She's putting it upside down.
Upside down too. She's upside down too. Right on, sister, right on. All right, the twos are Marge, Liz, Russ, Sean, Catherine.
I'm not a judge.
You're a 1. I lied.
Russ is a 2.
So we have Marge, Russ, Sean, Catherine with the C, and Louisa are 2s. Everyone else present is voting a 1. We have a consensus. Next one is same category, R7, R7.
Which category?
Same, we're in the same category.
But we were in another one, not that.
We were in another one not that long ago. It's, all right, this is, I believe, one that, one of the two Ken Eklund mentioned, earlier. And, this deals with, SWAC and, DSAC and other related issues. The preliminary polling was one person voted a 3 on this. And the language that that person proposes, and I'm wondering what the distinction is.
That was me. It was just that it should be DSAC.
Ah,
That's the only thing that changed.
So the only thing that says that changed is, so is it actually, there's R6 and R7. So Ken, could you flash that again? I didn't see it long enough to be able to read it. So Ken had one of these, and I think I saw him say it's R6 that he was concerned about. And right now we're on R7. So, okay, so the only change here is we are substituting, you're proposing that the word, an acronym, DSAC, be substituted for SWAC.
Yeah.
And can you give us a little background for those who haven't been on the paper?
The Disposal Site Advisory Council, many of the members of the Solid Waste Council are also members of Disposal Council, but they do have separate charters. And to me, this particular recommendation would fall to the responsibility of the disposal site. These are all about the disposal site. There is a lot of crossover, so it's not, I mean, if someone can suggest something better, I'm open to it. But that's my understanding of the role of SWAC and ESAC. What do you think, Craig?
Yeah, Daniel would know this like that.
I know you would.
I follow your logic, and yeah, it makes sense to me. But I'm curious why it doesn't say that already, so, you know.
Was that revision made or?
I made the revision in that version right there.
So what you see on the screen down where it says real time, it is the suggestion. So John did as the homework asked, if you don't like the first one, what is the second one? And so we can see that it's the language just got highlighted here, the difference between DSAC and SWAC. Here it is. Thank you.
Yeah, it surprises me that, I mean, Daniel reviewed these. It surprises me that that it would be wrong. So.
Well, I will say I don't believe Daniel reviewed this. This happened in the last, pretty much from last Thursday. John sent out a memo saying, calling all clear thinkers, comment on this. And then it went through a series of back and forth emails. And I think you didn't land this till Monday.
Oh, wait a minute. You're thinking of SMMP stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I have to run this thing now?
Yeah, apparently. That would be my hope. That would be my hope, because
Whatever your numbers.
please take me now. Please take me now. So you also did this one?
I just made it one.
Well, it's your
correction.
fault. I'm blaming you for what, no, kidding.
No, I made a correction. That's why I was against it, because it's
Okay.
not technically correct.
Okay,
That it would be put on SWAC to do this.
okay,
And if someone who wrote this can tell me different, I'm fine.
okay. So we had 2 people voting 2. And those folks would like to talk?
Yeah, I was one, and this one just, for us, it's a little awkward. It feels like we're telling the county, one, maybe they didn't do everything, in the past, and 2, we're sort of directing them almost on what their processes should be in the future. And we're probably unique in that perspective, but it feels awkward. We don't actually have an issue with the language. We just sort of feel uncomfortable with how it feels.
Okay, can you go back up to the top this, because I'm not finding this in mine right away. All right, okay. Okay. Any other comments on this?
John.
Okay, John, yeah, you talk now, John.
Okay.
I think this was, and, you know, a part of what BSAC has done in the past. They heard reports from, from Republic, and it had most of this information, and maybe a few new things in there. This is just pretty much spelling out a little more of the directive for the responsibility of the council to receive this information, process it, and make some kind of communication.
Totally get the intent. It just feels a little awkward for us, so that's why it's a two.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So the proposal is basically, if you can go down to, thank you, Inga. The edit is as proposed. It's basically a substitution using the term DSAC for SWAC, give a dog a bone. So please vote 1, 2, or 3 on that. So we have Russ and Sean voting a 2, and Louisa voting a 2, all other members voting a 1. Thank you. Next up is R4.
Which section?
LLU,
Yes, LLU R4. LLU R4. Because we just did 1 and 2. Right, and so now we're moving to the LLUs.
Okay.
And we did 1 and 2, because we had to go back to it, remember, to pick that up. So we're back to the LLUs.
I don't think 2. I don't have.
Is it 1 and, I can read this right, is it 1 and 8? What's that?
That's an 8.
So we did, no, that can't be, because you have them in numbers. So this says 1 and 2 on this cheat sheet here, so. So we did 1, this must be 2. Yes, okay, so LLU R2, LLU R2. 6 1s, 2 2s, and 1 3. 3 says, lawyer talk, what is the statutory completeness review process? How can I vote on something I know nothing about?
Under protest.
And then there's 2 2s. How and where this information will be described and communicated needs to be added. For outreach and education use, CEO subcommittee's recommendations. So let's first, so Marge, you were the 3 and you're moving to 2.
Yes.
Thank you. So then the people that voted 2 are talking about where this information will be described and communicated needs to be added. So this is, I should provide a public description of what? Okay, so whoever the 2s were, tell us what specific change you would make. Because it is saying the county should provide the public this information. Louisa.
Well, I mean, I did do this 2 days ago, so I'm not positive, but I think, I mean, I don't know where the county, I mean, does the legal committee have a recommendation of how this would be done? Because I don't know how or the county, how would they be giving this information to the public?
So it seems to me this would end up on your website. This would be like an FAQ or a statement that would go to the website with, you know, the steps of how you process a CUP application. And step X is completeness review, and this would be the description of it.
Well, does anybody think that we need to have it specified where it would be given, or I guess not if everyone voted one, but it just seems like it should be more specific.
Okay, so I think if you guys can work on for the CEO recommendations to add this as one of them, and it could be just a generic statement that says information that is generated by findings and recommendations in this report that's accepted by the county should go on a website, and it's probably the solid waste website, I'm assuming, right? I mean, you already, you know, it should go on the existing website. Catherine with the C.
So this is about 8 sentences too long to address I think, the completeness of an application, right? Is that what we're actually talking about here, is when an application is filed, completing that application before it moves into the public hearing space? Right?
Yes.
So I would suggest perhaps, to the benefit of all land use applications, just a simple one pager, maybe land use 101, coming from the county, a landing page that we can refer to as members of the public or planning commission or staff or community development department folks, just saying, here's where you find out what completeness of an application means and how it fits in the process, and then we bullet point the rest of the process. Just for simplicity's sake, this is again about 8 sentences too long. I do support this idea because I think it's helpful to understand that completeness of application, because not to any specific pointing to the public, but they don't always come complete. And sometimes there's conversations by just the general public in that space. So it seems beneficial, but I would say that this is something we could encourage the county to look at and put it in their purview to decide what is best in identifying what the completeness of review process, et cetera, is.
So the only compliment I'll make to that while this may be 8 sentences too long, some of these sentences at the end are very important. The one that says the information could clearly inform the public that any evidence or testimony submitted at the completeness stage is not part of the record. And so that was designed specifically to give a heads up to the public and protect them to know that they just can't file their concern at the completeness stage and have that count as a legal matter for the record. So I think the overall content needs to be there. Whether or not it could be wordsmith to be more appropriate is really for someone else to do. We're not going to do it in this meeting for the obvious reasons.
And can I add, and I'm going to look to Greg just to be sure that I have this right. The completeness of an application is not generally a public event, it's a staff event. And so what I think this paragraph is trying to say is that we should also have a way of notifying the public, so if they want to make comment on it, they could during that process. But the completeness is not determined by any opinions.
It's not by a public opinion poll on all in favor saying.
So it's more than the process. It was almost like, but if people want to start kind of contributing during the application process, they could. So I think if this was the attempt of the legal committee to kind of open it and appear to be, you know, try to be more transparent during that process. So it's not just the process, it's making it more transparent and attempted.
Okay. So, yes, Ed.
My understanding of the process is there might be a notice of an application being considered to to communicate to the community, to provide information while the process is still being considered before it's been viewed as complete. And sometimes the information that goes into the county during that initial public discussion can change the perception of whether the application is complete or not. It might be simple, say, if you look at all the drawings in the applicant's application, everything looks fine. And the county might be willing to go to say, okay, the application is complete. But a neighbor might say, well, wait a minute, you're taking out 50 trees, and yeah, it's only 50 out of 500, but it's the 50 between your new construction and the neighborhood. So you really need to add into the requirements for the applicant that they need a landscaping or buffering plan. And then that comes in, goes back, when the county determines completeness, they say, well, you don't need, applicant, you need a buffering plan, which wouldn't have been in that determination unless the public knew about it and provided that information. Then when the county considers the application complete, that there is a buffering plan in there, then people can go and look at, no, that buffering plan's not good enough, and that's a whole different process.
So Catherine,
Shaking his head, yes, that I got it about right.
Yeah,
Catherine with C and then Liz.
well, yeah, I was gonna say, I'd be curious to hear what Greg Mingus to say, because that's, I'm sure there's a process for that, right? At some point, I'm sure it goes to the planning commission or.
Right, yeah, and as Liz was describing, that's what this recommendation tries to lay out is it's not standard process for the completeness evaluation period to be a public engagement process. It's typically done by staff evaluating what's been submitted and determining if there's enough information there to move forward to planning. What this R2 lays out is a potential way for that to be more of a publicly engaging process, like Ed described, with some understandings that Sam described about it's not part of the public review of the application itself. It's before that process starts. So any comments you submit at that early stage don't count as testimony on the application itself. It's about whether it was complete or not.
I worry about some of these recommendations that get overly prescriptive of what like staff and how the county should be communicating down to the letter. I just think there's processes in place for a lot of these things already. So I think wherever we can simplify it and make them shorter, and as Catherine was pointing out, I think that would be great. We have an hour to do it, so, you know.
Liz.
I think I'd like to attempt to say something again, just to be clear, because when we were talking about the shrubs in that scenario, it doesn't then go back to the county and the shrub qualification as part of the complete application process. It's just input from the public. The complete application is the complete application process regardless of input. And that is not changed by input. It just gives the public an opportunity to be put on the record. So we're not talking about changing any processes. We're just adding a level of transparency to the process is what this is trying to do.
Appreciate it.
All right, so we're gonna poll on this. Ed, do you have? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna poll as is, 1, 2, or 3. So we have Marge as a 2, Mary as a 2, and Louisa as a 2. Catherine with a C is a 3. The rest of the members vote 1, so we do not have a consensus. We have a majority, minority. So Catherine, just because this is the protocol, what would it take for you to move from a 3 to a 2?
I do not think this is clear, and I think we are missing a process that's established that's, the completeness process is a staff process. Public engagement at this point doesn't go in the record. I think public engagement is important, but I think that, I'm not sure there's like 3 different directions this particular recommendation is leaning, and I don't think it's conclusive. So I'm happy to have anybody clarify, or we tease it out into a couple different recommendations, but the way it stands right now, we're not consistent, I don't think, what we're saying, or certainly not adequately clear.
Okay, so because of the time, we'll move on. And so we have our first majority minority, and that's in the record. So let's move on to R4.
LLU?
Yes.
Thank you.
LLU R4. So the person that voted 3, and this is amazing, accused a lawyer of talking, so. So Marge, this is you, I'm assuming. And Marge moves from a 3 to a 2. Okay. Next up, on which one?
R4.
R4, I thought I had, that's a new one, yeah. So R4, let's pull again. So we had Marge.
That's a 2. Did anybody else vote a non-1?
Everyone, as I understand it, Catherine voted a 3 on L4 too. So you're voting 3 on R2 and R4. Okay. And your objection to see if we can fix it?
Yep, so when it talks here about other information is required by the planning official, I'm just looking for clarification. My understanding is that other information would have to do with clarifying criteria requirements. I might be misinterpreting that, so I want to make sure that I understand that. Because if we're asking for additional information, doesn't it have to go to the conditions that are possible, that are related to criteria?
So I'll let you speak directly to that. It is not adding additional criteria. It is adding information that speaks to, that would speak to or be probative of the existing criteria. So it's not new criteria.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. The criteria can be changed by information requested by the planning official. But the planning official could identify information that is needed in order to adequately evaluate the review criteria.
So perhaps it's that second, or it's the third line almost, to the bottom, additional information required by the planning commission, or I would say even requested, I think we're saying the same thing, by the planning official, does not become part of the applicable criteria. No, it isn't. So it kind of does, like if we're asking for more information to support criteria or compliance with criteria or meeting the criteria, it just seems like it's muddy language. So I'm just asking for perhaps for it to be a little bit more clear. So the additional information required isn't really part of the criteria. I agree, but if we've asked for it to support seeking whether something meets criteria, isn't that kind of part of the criteria? Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah, I do.
It's not new.
A key distinction that the subcommittee was trying to draw was you can't deny an application because the applicant failed to submit additional information that you asked them to submit. You can deny the application if they don't submit needed information and you're unable to find that the review criteria have been met. It's a very subtle distinction, but it's a very important distinction. You can't deny it on the basis that they failed to submit additional information. That's the key point, and yeah, if you have some better wording ideas, that's great. But we did work this over.
Sam, can I add something?
Please.
So, here's my understanding of this. We're wrestling with some really complicated land use stuff, and it's normal. Other information deals with the completeness of the application, not the criteria. The criteria don't change. The criteria are what they are. But the application comes in at some level, and the planning official has the discretion to say, in his or her opinion, this application will be strengthened. It will be more complete if these things were added to it. That does not change the law. So you get the facts of the specific application, and you've got the law. And what the applicant's trying to do is put an application in that meets the requirements of the law. The planning official can exercise some discretion in how they advise the applicant, but the planning official may not change the criteria by which the planning commission or the board of commissioners are going to evaluate that.
So to that comment, could we add at the end of that, let's see, additional information required by the planning official does not become part of the applicable criteria, but may contribute to the completeness of an application?
Yeah, I think, yes, I think so. Anybody disagree? It's an important distinction, and it actually gets back, I think, to where Catherine was before. There's different points in time when information can be added. So the pre-application conference stage is before anything happens. That's the dialogue that I think you all want to happen. Completeness is a very technical review. Is there enough information by which this application can be evaluated against this criteria? And that's a technical staff determination, not a public input process. And then after that, there's the actual application itself with the public hearing notice, all of that. And so I think our hearts are in the right place, but there's just like some very technical legal things that are tripping us up in our law. Yes.
I wonder if just, I'm kind of with Marge on this one, that this reads like so legal. I wonder if we could just add something at the very beginning that says like regarding the completeness of an application, or regarding, just as an intro for, I feel like I jump right into this and I'm like, what is this even talking about?
Okay, so we'll add up after right before BCC.
Would you say overall it's about the completeness of an application? Is that what we're talking about? Or the process for completion of an application?
Well, it's kind of both. I mean, the reason this came up is because this section in code says that the planning official can require additional other information. And so there is some ambiguity or some uncertainty about what is that other information. And yes, it's toward the end of making a complete application. So yes, you could say with regard to other information needed to make an application complete.
Okay, I think that sounds good.
Yeah, that. And Greg, I just want to clarify, is it required or request? I mean, planning official can request other information. They can't require it. In other words, the applicant, Darren here could say, I want to know how many X's are impacted by this, and the applicant could say, thank you for sharing. I don't think that's relevant to any existing criteria. I'm going to go in and judge my application without it.
Right. So 77.310 says other information, quote, as required by the planning official, but ultimately, yes, the applicant can say, nope, we're done. We've submitted enough.
Okay. Catherine?
So two more questions. I hear this one, and I like Catherine's idea of putting that in there as regarding completeness of application, because this section of code sounds like it is specific to that lane. Where I'm also hearing similar language is like if this application had been deemed complete, moved into the public hearing process, we had it before the planning commission as planning commissioners. So aside of the completeness space, as planning commissioners, we can also ask for additional information, correct? Not required, but ask for, correct? That's that's not a completeness of application conversation though, right? So I'm hearing it in two different lanes, and perhaps this lane is specifically completeness of application, so I would support that amendment on the front end. But I do have another question. So on completeness of application, that is something that can be challenged for a legal court as well, right?
Well, actually, isn't it,
So meaning it was a staff thing, but it could actually come back later.
that's the concern about mandamus, right? Going, Jenny, please come
I'm
up.
not sure, I didn't understand the question.
She was wondering if the objections to a completeness issue, do they go to LUBA or?
No, completeness does not go to loop. Completeness is a staff decision. It's not a final land use decision
And that's
at all.
Okay.
So it'd be a mandamus, is it, so what happens? There's another finding that talks about this. The planning official says, provide the number of cheeseburgers in the landfill. And Republic says, sorry, can't do that. And deem my application complete. And then it just gets adjudicated on the facts that exist at that time.
Exactly.
Okay, if the county said, we don't deem it complete, and then what are the applicant's rights to say, we don't care, we want it to go forward?
It is deemed complete. If the applicant says, we're not going to submit anything further, the county is obligated to deem it complete with the information that already has been submitted.
Okay. All right. So, let's re-poll based on the edits that are in purple there on the screen. 1, 2, or 3, based on the edits that are on the screen. Catherine?
I can't see the actions, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know what edits we made. I'm just inclined to go with 2 because I think this is
Okay.
not as clear as I'd like it ideally to be.
Yeah, and so it's not clear as you like it is really a 2 vote. And so
That's what I said.
I want to go back then to R2 in that same mind. I wasn't hearing, and I'm not trying to go anywhere else, but I want to make sure we're not having a flyby. I'm hearing you say there was too many concepts here that need to be cleared out and specified. Not that the concept, for instance, of providing a public description was bad. It's just that there was too much complication. Did I mishear your
I'll
view?
just leave mine at 3 for number 2. And then
I'm sorry, I can't hear
I'm
you.
gonna leave my number 2 recommendation response at 3.
I thought you had a 3
I did.
on 2, and so you're staying there. Got it. All right. 6. R6, we had 1, 3. I can surmise that this is an attempt to stifle substantive public comment, and I impose to this recommendation. And the 2 said Republic Services not want to be in a position of giving direction to the county on issues relating to its code.
We have no issue with the intent. It's just an awkward place for us to be.
Right, so I'm more concerned about the person that voted 3 to see what they have to say. So talk to us, Marge.
Which is, I think that this is an attempt to stifle public comment, and I don't agree with it, and I think it should be removed. I think that the Board of Commissioners could do that themselves if they wanted to. I think this is providing a fig leaf, and I don't want to do that. And I looked at other counties' SWAC's websites and poked around a little bit in minutes that I could find, and I could find really no indication in other counties that there was this level of attempt to restrict their business.
Okay. Any other discussion? So your proposal to get you from a 3 is to remove it, just to make sure I'm tracking.
I don't think I get it out of here.
That's what I'm saying, remove it. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Catherine at the C?
Yeah, I just have a question. I'm not totally sure what, I guess it seems like, I'm not totally sure what this is saying, like what's changing for SWAC here. Maybe I just need to read it a few more times, but.
I'm with you, I can't
Can someone explain
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, could someone explain it?
Greg?
Or give some background there?
Yeah, so, there's a section in chapter 77 of the development code, the landfill site zone, that lays out a role for SWAC in reviewing a conditional use permit for a landfill expansion. That section of code says SWAC should review and make recommendations. The code does not specify what criteria those recommendations should be made on or what considerations the recommendation should be based on. In the land use arena, we're used to and is based on criteria that are spelled out. And so from the subcommittee's perspective, it opens up potential liability issues, as well as just makes the process uncertain by not having criteria. So the planning commission has specific criteria that they are evaluating the CUP on. SWAC doesn't. And so that's where that recommendation is coming from for the county to, by code amendment, give criteria for SWAC's review of the commission.
Good. John?
I have a question for Mark. How do you see this limiting public input?
Because I don't understand exactly what, this is, attempting, tell me what this is attempting to do. It's attempting to shape what SWAC's response can be. It's attempting to say, okay, these are the criteria you must use. And SWAC is, as I understand it, a state mandated body. And it isn't a county mandated body. And the purpose of SWAC, the overall statement from the state is that SWAC is supposed to provide a conduit between county and residents, a way that residents can express their opinions. And if we have criteria that we have to operate under that are kind of arbitrary, that other counties don't really do this, why do we have to? And if we did, the Board of Commissioners could just go ahead and do this. So why don't they just go ahead and do it?
Well, it's, I'm just seeing this as a recommendation with
Okay.
what I hear you saying is you're seeing it as a dictate that the SWAC would have to do these criteria. Maybe it could be put in the form of guidance.
Yeah.
That is here are among the criteria you should consider. I just remember being there, having to vote on this, and it would have been helpful to have some of that
Guidance.
Yeah, but I agree with you that it shouldn't be limited to that.
All right, we have Catherine at the C and Louisa.
So thank you, Marge, for that context. I would strike through both sides of this. Giving guidance can be assisting in this case. Let's just say we have a commission somewhere down the road later that wants to really implement some constraints on the role of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. And that could turn around and not be a good, like this could end up being not a good recommendation, but I would ask this question. So environmental concerns generally do not fall within the criteria of which we look at land use, not to the extent that we're hearing from this public. Are we willing to take the risk that because environmental concerns, which are occurring frequently in our public testimony, might not be heard because the guidance that we give through this recommendation might constrain that feedback. Like I'm really hesitant to limit, what about innovative ideas? Could they, if they don't fall within a certain criteria, we're not gonna bring that through SWAC to the county commissioners. So I'm generally not in support of this, just as a holistic look at how advisory committees should ideally work, which is that open process. I think, potentially just common sense guidance should exist without this kind of recommendation. I would be hesitant to tie it anywhere to specific criteria, though, that might limit community conversations that we really do want to have coming from SWAC to the commissioners, excuse me.
Louisa?
So Marge, then is SWAC is it like a check and a balance where you are giving the planning commission information and it's through the public, but you guys, SWAC's not making the decision, right? They're just giving.
So no decisions.
Yeah, so to me, it doesn't seem like they should have criteria because you're just giving information and bringing information to them who have the criteria.
Ed, then Liz?
If you go to the fifth line up, where the Board of Commissioners should more clearly define, we change that to the Board of Commissioners should provide non-binding guidelines to SWAC for their review of projects, period.
We're catching up.
So we're taking out more clearly defined, so you're not putting boundaries, you're just providing non-binding guidelines.
Non-binding.
Well, what was the intent of this? I mean, there's a core philosophical issue going on that I don't want to be lost in our exhaustion and wordsmithing at this hour. Was it the intent of the authors of this statement to say to SWAC, we want you to opine on the criteria that's in the code and nothing but that criteria that's in the code, restated because the SMMP is not currently in the code, opining on whether or not this application should be granted or not granted based upon what a future SMMP might say is not something we want you to talk about. Is that really as crass as what's going on?
Can I make a suggestion? Mark Yeager's here. He's been on SWAC for decades. So can he make a statement?
Yeah,
He'd probably be the most knowledgeable person.
I'm happy to have Mark talk, but I want to first get the answer to my question. What is the intent the authors are trying to achieve? Because what Ed just did, if the intent was only talk about criteria, Ed's amendment says, we can tell you that, but it's really just kind of a guideline. It's not binding. So you can talk about whatever you want. That, in essence, is what he is saying with that amendment.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to see if that's just a friendly amendment to those that proposed it, because that was always their intent, just to be, hey, guys, really focus in on the criteria, because that's what's going to go to planning commission, da, 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 da. Or if there was something deeper than that, that was at the core. So Liz, were you on this or who was on this? So fire away.
No intent, you guys correct me if I'm wrong. But my impression was to clarify SWAC's position because it wasn't clearly outlined. And I would like to say as a planning commissioner who can only really look at the criteria in order to approve or not approve, right? We still get to hear testimony and we still get to hear. Just because our role is defined does not mean people can't tell us what they think about other subjects, right? So I think that this was an attempt to just say, this is where you are in the process and this is how it works. Am I wrong? not to squelch or silence.
Not
That was
right.
never the intent.
That was not discussed, not the intent. I mean, this was in response to an element of the charge. This was directly from the charge. And the intent was to make SWAC's review process more like the planning commission's review process, where there are definable criteria, where people know what is being reviewed and considered and what a decision or recommendation in this case is based on. That's.
Well, that sounds more like what I was suggesting, that this is basically saying to SWAC, you opine consistent within the criteria. And I'm hearing you say, no, we want you to focus on the criteria, but you're not limited, and those are two different conversations.
Well, even the planning commission isn't limited to listening, right? Like, I mean, I think that that's the thing that I think, and I haven't been limited as a planning commissioner expressing my opinion relative, right? But I have to rule on certain criteria. So I think that there is this feeling that there's some conspiracy trying to quiet voices. I think what we're trying to do is to make everybody understand clearly what the process is, because otherwise it ends up over in left field and then we don't get anything done, right? We can all have feelings about lots of things, but we can't make decisions based on those feelings. We have to sit within the criteria. And so we would like to help SWAC understand where they fit into that process.
Okay, let me get the work group members first that have had their placards out, and I promise not to, where'd you go? Oh, there. So I don't know who over here was who, so take it away, corner.
So my question really was, my understanding of SWAC was that it was not tied to an application or criteria, that it was an advisory committee dealing with solid waste. I'm curious, I would like to hear from Mark, who has served for, is it 20 plus years on SWAC, as to what the understanding of SWAC's role is from a SWAC member, because I don't feel like this is an application appropriate discussion, because it feels like we're tailoring something to an application. I view this council or committee as something independent, required, something that Benton County put in place for obvious reasons. And I can assume that a lot of things fall outside of criteria, and I think they're important for the commissioners to hear. So if it's possible, just to tee up Mark.
Mark is going to be able to speak with it after each member of the work group gets to speak first. Louisa.
Well, so Marge, then if it's state mandated, does SWAC already have guidelines? And what does the state say? Like, is it really the county or place to say anything about that?
The state mandate is extremely open. It doesn't, well, and Mark probably knows it, probably can tell you the paragraph.
Good. Chuck, and then John, and then Mark.
Well, we talk about SWAC, there's also DSAC, and they explicitly have two different things to look at that needs to be taken into criteria. I guess what triggers the problem here is the land use action by the applicant for a land use change for a ODOT DEQ permit for the landfill. And since SWAC is a system public in the sense that have a platform for the public input, as well as Republicans also ex parte to these SWAC. So we have we're trying for an open platform, if you will, of if the next land use or when a land use action comes, we can discuss and say this action has, if you will, in landfill, size, capacity, and longevity. That is hard now for SWAC to surmise unless the public is up in front prior to the land application to give that information. So that's just one of the problems. So, and Mark, now you can jump in. Oh, excuse me.
No, sorry. Big John.
Just a clarification, I think VSAC is the state
It is.
mandated group, not
Not
SWAC.
SWAC.
SWAC is advisory to the county and is not required by the state.
It's vested under ORS and stuff.
What's the rule, Greg, quickly?
So DSAC is state mandated. SWAC is a county creation.
Oh.
Okay.
And other counties have SWACs. but
Okay.
Not all counties.
Mark, hi.
Hi, Sam.
Hey, good to see you. What have you been doing?
Just hanging out.
Okay,
listening up,
good,
listening
good.
up.
Any thoughts on
Yeah, I got
anything?
a few, but just clarifying, I have not served on SWAC for decades. I did serve on SWAC in the mid-90s to the mid-2000s, but have been off SWAC until just recently. I am a member of SWAC now. That's great clarification. So DSAC is the state mandated body. Republic Services has a member as the landfill operator on DSAC, but SWAC does not have a member, or Republic Services does not have membership on SWAC. So when this first came up, I reviewed it and commented on it, and I did go back and listen to the discussion via the recording. And my sense of what was happening there was, because the language in the code just is fairly general, that the Solid Waste Advisory Council is to provide advice or advise on these conditional use applications. It seemed to me, based on what I heard on the recording, and Greg, you can help me with this or not, I think what the legal issues subcommittee was talking about was, in fact, not asking SWAC to weigh in on the review criteria for conditional use permit. That was the purview of the planning commission, but they wanted to keep SWAC inside a very narrow lane to talk about solid waste management issues only. And because I listened to the recording, I'm just verifying that. So it was not seeking direction to, or providing direction to the Board of Commissioners to say SWAC should be looking at the review criteria that the Planning Commission is going to look at, but in fact is not to look or comment on those things, but should be looking at only solid waste management issues. So in a way, my perception was it was a means to try to limit what SWAC could consider in the process of reviewing a conditional use application.
Okay. Greg, and then we're gonna have to talk about what we're gonna do next.
Thanks. I wanted to clarify a few points, some of which have been clarified about SWAC versus DSAC, but also wanted to also clarify, I think what I heard, Catherine, your concern related to this being a recommendation to narrow SWAC's ability to hear from the public or weigh in on a variety of topics. And I want to clarify or make sure that everybody understands this is specifically directed only to the question of a conditional use permit for expansion of a landfill. So anything outside of that is not part of this recommendation. This is only talking about in the context of reviewing an application for expansion of the landfill conditional use permit application. The code is recommended to have more specificity. That's what's being proposed.
All right, so thank you for all of that. I mean, I think under the category of based on the feedback that we've had here, we should figure out how to go back and make this clearer than what it is, because it's an important issue, and I don't want there to be misunderstanding of what you are pulling upon, and then having misunderstanding for the people that read it. It needs to be clearer with some of these clarifications that were made. That being said, besides being in the room, here's where we're at. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 more recommendations where someone voted a 3. We have 6 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 28 more findings where someone voted threes. So then we haven't dealt with all the twos that came up, that some may be in the areas we've already covered, but some may not be. So we got a fair amount of work to do. I'm gonna turn to Darren and see your thoughts, suggestions, maybe come up to the table and sit next to Chuck there, because Chuck's our enforcer. And if you don't behave, Chuck is authorized to take on big guy.
Can I call him Merc, because he's been on SWAC for decades?
Yeah, that's right.
A tag team.
Take it easy. Well, I'm gonna make eye contact with everybody at the table. See if anyone has a curfew besides Greg. I do. I think the board would really like this project to get to completion. And I think we've committed to the public to get to completion. I know that we've been hesitating a little bit at the start of this meeting. I know this is a hard point in the process, so I'm just gonna acknowledge that. I really think we need to get our work done. So how long will it take?
You mean tonight?
Yeah.
Well, let me see how many we've accomplished. We've accomplished 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 out of, let's see, 24, 46. So we've done 12 out of 46. So I would say sometime about 2:30 tomorrow morning is when, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny,
Because
but
there still is some cake left.
I was gonna bring that home with me.
we've done basically a fourth of the threes.
Yeah.
Okay, we have not attended to any of the twos.
Yeah, so we're not gonna get there.
We are not gonna get there tonight unless we, there's double espresso drips that are put in everyone's arm and related sort of activity. Just impossible.
I mean, I don't understand why you can't just leave it as is and let the threes be threes and the twos be twos and the ones be ones.
My sense, I don't know if you talked to them. I think that is an option that you can consider. However, the challenge is that not everyone took the informal poll. They didn't have the time. So we don't have polling from all 14 polling members on the 220 issues. So I don't know if the people who didn't have a chance to do the informal poll will identify other threes going forward, or any other twos. Usually these processes were designed at their core to create common understandings. And we have not completed that process. I mean, when you look at what we have done so far in the first 12, with the exception of one recommendation, they all moved to a consensus. All the threes went away. So I'm concerned that one observation would be, if we have the same success rate here, it's going to be a more robust set of agreements than if we don't. Because right now it appears if the practice of tonight holds out, is that we will have much more of a consensus on more things than it appears we just stick with the informal poll. That's just a statement of the facts, and, you know, you all decide what you're gonna do, but Marge had something.
Do we still get our goodie bag?
Do they still get the goodie bags if you don't finish tonight?
Yeah,
Does the
maybe
county
yes,
hold those?
maybe no. Kind of makes you wonder, Marge.
Thank you for letting me get to read
Yeah.
tonight.
How many threes do you still have outstanding?
You get,
I only have one serious goodie.
you only have, you get 25% of the goodie bag.
Well, I think Sam is right, and that our job is to get to common understandings. If we're asking the board after all this work to flip a coin or do jump ball, I just really feel like we've not served the request of the board of commissioners. And I know that's asking for more, but I honestly think we need to get to agreement. And the number of things that have gotten clarified and kind of helped every little bit of understanding, even about the difference between SWAC and BSAC, it's all really important stuff. And it matters. And I think us getting it right lends to the credibility of the recommendations. If we leave the work partly undone, I just think it, in its own form, it's a way of kicking the can down the road, which this community has done for 50 years. And I hate to be the one that says we're not done yet, but we're not done yet. I really believe that. And I know that at some point, you know, my staff is going to be asked to react to something, and we're going to do that without the benefit of as much clarity and as much agreement and as much clear direction from the community as we would like to have. So,
What are our options?
So let me lay out what I think might work to make it as efficient as possible. And this literally is first draft stuff. So if someone can type this up so people on the screen can see it, because we want to make sure everyone is on the same page.
This one? On this recommendation?
Well, so that it's not a new piece of paper or something that can be projected up to next steps in the process. All right.
I'm gonna just say one thing. I think that we have learned a lot about each other's points of view and things. I think this has been an important exercise. But I think that saying that if we can get all ones and twos on these recommendations, that we have achieved consensus on this issue is wrong.
No, yeah, again, we haven't gone through it. I mean, it's not, if we can get it, great, but if we can't, we can't. And but what we learned here is the threes from the informal poll were either misunderstandings or more information provided a change or a clarification or edit, got everyone on the same page. It's more important that people have common understandings, and if it's a common understanding by everyone in consensus, or if it's a majority minority, 13-1, as long as there's a fidelity of understanding of what these issues are. So here's what this would look like. That's defeat the question. You still have the question, but it looks like this. Staff works with facilitator to create a crosswalk between A, the informal polling, B, the public polling, and which integrates the comments both of the public and the work group members into a document that is more digestible. Step 2 would be that gets sent out and we do an informal poll again, which we might consider just doing it. Is there anything you would vote a 3 on? Looking at all of these things, now that you see the changes, if there's anything you'd vote a 3 on. We could also do anything you voted 2 on, but that's less important than dealing with the concerns of the 3. And that then informs the agenda like it did last time. We get that out to you in sufficient time that you actually have a chance to read all of that, both the information the county sends out and the roll-up results of the informal polling. That informs the agenda, and we, and then we meet again to do it. The wild card sub-issues inherent in that are, do we reopen the public comment survey, which was only designed to deal with the recommendations for your consideration? It was never designed to be, what do you think of Benton County solid waste management issues and what to do, should we do with the landfill and the environmental issues? So we can open that up again. You will see from the comments and the notes that it was admittedly too long and it was too focused on recommendations, many of whom said were lawyer-like in their approach. So we could do that. We could say to the public, we get it, and you're gonna have a full opportunity to do everything, comment on everything in a more broader based survey than vote on the recommendations. That's coming no matter what. We could still do our open house on the 4th and open it up, that's scheduled, and open it up to the public and maybe get some more clarification and input there. But I think whatever we do, it's fair to make sure that the public understands this process is not designed to determine whether or not an expansion CUP is granted or not, should be granted or not, and so on. That is not the purpose of BCTT. So they don't come and believe that they'll be able to influence that when it won't help with the BCTT process. It'll help with the other process that happened when they happened. This will take probably 3 to 4 weeks to do. In other words, it's gonna take a week for staff to do their thing, okay? You're gonna need a week with it in order to do the informal poll. It will take 3 or 4 days to roll up those results and get them out to you at such a time that we would have our final meeting. So I think that is what that schedule would look like. Russ?
Is there an option for an alternative to the crosswalk that would just be part B of this? The 26 findings and however many recommendations that we just haven't gotten to yet with the 3s? And just, there's a separate meeting, whenever it's scheduled, additional polling, community comment period, great, however that's structured. Do we just do another meeting to finish what we can't tonight?
But yes, we could, and that's possible. But the reality is, because we did not, how many polling members surveys did we get? We have 14 polling members. How many members polled? 11, was it? So we have 3 people that didn't have time to do it. We don't know what they're gonna say.
You're the expert on the process. I am not. Where my concern kind of goes is chance of relitigating stuff we already addressed today, that theoretically, and so perhaps the crosswalk clears all that up. That's just where my concern goes.
Well, I'm just trying to brainstorm, and admittedly, for the last couple of weeks, I, like everyone, has been burning the candle at both ends, so somewhat brain dead. We need to hear from the 3 people to make this be an effective process. And we can't just rely on electronic surveys. As I understand the public records, the open meeting laws, you need to all do this in person overtly so we can take down your name. We can't do an email, what do y'all think, 1, 2, or 3? Yes. Liz, then Marge.
I'm one of the 3 people,
Uh-huh.
and I have no 3s. I've already reviewed and read this thing a million times. I have no 3s.
Okay. Okay. Andrew's the other, who, and he had no 3s, he had 1, 2. Catherine?
I got it through, oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm the other. I apologize. I tried to do it this morning. It was past time. And this is my last meeting. I can't come to any future meetings, so you don't need to worry about me.
Well, we're gonna care about you. We may not worry about you, but.
I do think though, I agree with what Russ said, that if you could just do a Part B, I don't know, that seems like a good way to do it, but maybe keep the community survey open longer since we know a lot of people didn't get a chance to do that yet.
Okay. As long as I know what the 3s are, that could work. Catherine with the C?
I submitted mine, so it was on time, but I didn't get to the last 2 sections of it. So
The last what?
Last 2 sections, I didn't get through, or land use, didn't get all the way through the land use, whatever. I wasn't able to finish by the timeline this morning.
Okay, so if you could finish the,
Can I reopen what I've already done? Or would
I
have
don't
to
know how,
restart it?
survey. Maren, who's the survey monkey person in the room from staff?
I'll email to follow up on
Yeah,
that.
I think it can be, you did a second time. We'll just have to make sure that they're.
Okay, so if you could then give us that, that you had no 3s, then we know we have the complete list of any potential 3s. And then we can do the polling on, basically the 2s and 3s. We could limit it to the 2s and 3s, which takes out the 1s if that's acceptable to everyone. And we'll have to have a formal motion at the end of the meeting that says you are voting 1 and everything else, if that is in fact your vote. You can obviously say no, but on this one, I'm voting a 2 or 3. So that helps. Yes.
I can't vote, but to expedite, is it possible to get what we were going through? Because it was nice to see the comments. And we're all primed and prepped. We all know what each other are thinking, because I know also the ex officio, you have it all right here. I'm not seeing a difficulty of getting through that quickly. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. Okay, I can figure this out. That seems to me.
You mean the comments?
The comment, I'm sorry, John, yes.
The
All
thing that we
that.
wrote in, whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that is part of the role, well, it was up there a second, but that was part of the staff work that they have to do first, is integrate the public polling, both as to what this, both as to they generally support, generally oppose, plus their comments, plus your stuff, polling non-member stuff, that has to be integrated into a fashion that is more readily looked at. Then we can, after we get Catherine's additional information, then we'll have a complete list of 3s and 2s. And then perhaps the work that gets sent out is all the work we've done so far. That confirming what all these tallies that we've done so far tonight. And then what's the hit list of the remaining recommendations and findings where someone voted a 3 and then 2. And then that makes it more efficient.
And one more efficiency recommendation. I understand we got to keep the public comment periods of these things. I totally get it. Perhaps any food we might consume, it could be a working consumption, a working meal or whatever. Is that acceptable?
You're pointing at me?
I'm not the facilitator.
You're not the facilitator? I believe people.
It's precious 30 minutes. We could have knocked out a couple more presumably in that 30-minute window.
Yeah, so the question, I'm not sure that, well, it doesn't matter. It is what it is at this point. The question is, do you want another round of extended public comment? So I want you to vote 1, 2, or 3. Do you want another round of 2? It would be, so the status quo is 2 half-hour public comment periods. We're going to have a couple different polls. First is
Is that
repeating
the
what,
meeting? Is that the next meeting?
at the next meeting. So at the next meeting, I'll give you the three options. Option A is 2 1/2-hour public comment period. Option B is 1 1/2-hour public comment period. And option C is going back to what we've done since the jump, which is basically 1 15-minute public comment period. So we're gonna vote 3 times and see how we go. And is someone, well, we don't have a whiteboard, so please vote. First one is 2 1/2-hour public comment periods like we did today. Please vote 1, 2, or 3. Everyone needs to poll. So we have 1, Ed saying we should have 2. We have, what are you, Russ? We have all 3s. Catherine, you're not voting?
So we're on the 1 1/2 hour?
No.
I already did.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
That's okay, here.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. All right, next option is 1 1/2-hour public comment period. 1 1/2-hour public comment period. Chuck, I need your poll. Okay, Chuck is a 2, March is a 3, 3 2s in a row, 4 2s in a row. Catherine?
Well, I'm not gonna be.
You're not gonna be there. Catherine abstains. 3 1s and 2 2s. Okay, final poll, 1 15-minute public comment period. So we have all 1s to Mary, who votes a 3, Ed votes a 1, Catherine with a C is a 2, and Louisa's a 1. So I believe the highest scoring is 1 15-minute public comment period. Okay. I will work with staff either after the meeting tonight or tomorrow morning or whatever it is to figure out a plan, but I still think to do it that in a way that gives as much time that it deserves, and you need to do it. The time in between the meetings will make the time at the meeting more efficient. So we give you more time in between the meetings to look at this and tee it up, it'll become more efficient. Next question. Do we reopen the public poll on the, I'm making this up, 82 recommendations? 1, 2, or 3? Do we reopen the public poll to, the 82 recommendations? And then the alternative you'll be able to choose from is that, actually, they will have, instead of that, they will still have the ability to do that extended public period, which is from the 11th to the end of May. So that's number 2. So number 1 is we reopen the poll to get, and they would be opining on the recommendations. So 1, 2, or 3.
Can you say that again? Because you're jumping around.
Okay, the public poll.
Presumably for like a week or something?
So,
We cannot, we can redo the public, I don't understand.
okay, I'll try again. The public poll closed, and as we learned, because of a press problem, people didn't get enough notice. Even if they had gotten it in a timely fashion, they wouldn't have had a bunch of time to go through 82 findings. So the question is, given where we're at and having another meeting, do we reopen that poll again, I'll say for a week, or maybe it's 10 days, depending on when we can get the notices out to people and tell them, hey, it's now open again, and that's gonna be a challenge, because by the time you order these postcards, the expense of the postcards and getting them out, we're not getting it.
Can we maybe not mail out a notification and just put something out in a newsletter or something? Because
Yes, we can do
that's a
everything.
Big expense for the county to do again.
I
And we're
understand.
already spending.
Okay, so let's figure out, we'll do it in an appropriate way, but the question is, do we reopen the public poll that deals with the recommendations only? Roughly speaking, it'll be a week to 10 days of openness, and there'll be notice that isn't a mailing again because of the cost. So 1, 2, or 3. Chuck?
Is the poll the same criteria that you used before? Because
The poll is only on the recommendations to generally support or generally oppose. Each of the recommendations. So Chuck is a 1, Marge is a 3, Liz is a 1, 2 2s from the Republic Boys, John is a 1, everyone else is a 1, Catherine? And Catherine's a 2. So we will reopen the public poll, and so is Marge. You're a 2, Marge?
Yeah.
She's a 2. Okay. So we will reopen the public poll via press releases or website, email blasts and all that sort of stuff, and get that out there. See if there's any other process question that we need your input on before. Under the category of I don't think there's any chance, I see him, I don't think there's any chance that we'll be able to have another meeting beyond this. Please, Lord, take us now. So this has to be the last meeting, okay? And it means that, we'll know more once we get the results, but we won't have a ceremony. Again, that'll save some time. There'll be less public comment period, so that'll save us time. But I want to make it clear that we're going till we're done. We just got to go until we're done with it. And you saw the pace today. We basically did 12 out of 46 at the pace we did. We'll go back and figure out what that was as an indicator. Last call, Louisa?
Well, this is back to the poll. So, you know this, social media posts were 27% of how people found out. So I don't know how the county did that. I didn't see, but that seems like what we should do most, and then the email.
Yep, Ed?
I think there's also a word of mouth.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That was almost the same number.
Yeah.
So that is incumbent on all of us to.
Hey, leave your plaque here, John. Wait, leave your plaques here. Leave your plaques here.
I'm going to get my bag too.
No, you're not. All right, go forth, do good, avoid evil. Thank you very much.
I'm happy to say I'll see you all.
Yeah.